at the body shop. It's something unholy. I'll be popping it. See you. Fuck, this is the name of the song. I need to save this song. Hi Sushi, hello. How are you? What are you doing here? What do you mean I get sorry for being in my own stream? Hi. What are you doing? You were waiting for me. Oh, don't make me cry. Don't make me cry. Wait. Oh, what is this? Oh, I have to. Oh my goodness, I cannot do these things. Okay, I'm trying to do like a duo. Okay. How do I? This is so weird. I'm trying something. Okay, nothing. This is not working. Anyway. Hi, Potato. Hi, Truva. Hello, hello. Hi. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Okay. There we go. Oh, you're editing my video? Let's go. Thank you, Potato, for doing that. Not so cozy stream. Let's go. Let me put everything. Oh no. Wait, before doing this. I forgot that I also have to post these things on Twitter. Kaza, hi! Wait, let me turn on some lights. Hi, yeah, aren't you working, Ari? Kaza, hello! Thank you so much for how many months?
What is this movie about? It is about 2 hours.
Thank you so much for the 5 months. How is the... No, microphone is bad. Wait. Do you understand?
Wow, less than 3.
Should be better now. Hello, Lorenzo. Welcome back. Hi, Zeko. What do you mean working? Who said working? No, it's yeah, as everyone like keeps saying like, oh my god, I still want to have your posture. No, you don't. No, you don't want to have my posture. Hi, Jampo. Hi. Oh my god, I have something to tell you, chat. I have something fucking crazy to tell you. There's no like Ninja. Thank you for the 7 months, Ninja. Yeah, it was today the free day, but now I told you everything. Ninja, thank you so much for the 7 months. Nitin, welcome back. Hi. Okay, so first of all, today is supposed to be the free day, but since I was already going to play like games, I thought like why not just do them on stream? Why not? Ninja, thank you for being here. So I thought like, oh, I'm just gonna stream it. Then okay, so today we're gonna be, first of all, I need to wear a little bit of makeup, so like the reason like I was procrastinating starting the live because I didn't want to start wearing makeup, so I'm just gonna put something just to look alive. Give me this second. Hi Jake, hello. Not so cozy stream. Wait, let me do the stories and then I'll tell you. I have a huge news. I have a huge thing to tell you. Huge. I'm scared of telling you because maybe I'm gonna jinx it, but I have a huge news. Huge. And there is no better moment to tell you than on a secret stream, right? By the way, today I went also to the gym. Claps to me. Claps because I achieved that. Huge. A huge one. After Halloween, there was a festival season in India, and there was a relative's marriage, and all I just lost touch. That's fine. Not a big deal. Oh, it's a huge deal. I don't know what humongous is. Is humongous bigger than huge? I don't have makeup on, not at all. Like, glasses are like, hiding. Hi, Leandro. Good morning. It's beer. Okay, so then it's a humongous. It's a humongous news. Okay. So, yesterday, I saw a story of a friend of mine. He's a YouTuber from Taiwan, and I know it since when I was there. And he was just saying, "Oh, thank you again for like the 1 million subscribers on YouTube." What the fuck? 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much, everyone. Blah 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 blah. And then I was saying like, yeah, that's so cool. And then he asked me what I was doing. I said, oh, I'm doing this now. It's so crazy. I love it. And the fact that I can do it wherever I want to, it's amazing. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds so cool. I was like, yeah, I could also go anywhere. Like, man, we haven't seen each other for so long. Do you want to meet somewhere in the next months? And I was like, yeah, I mean, for me, it would be easier if you came to Taiwan. So then it's easier for me to work on my videos. And I can also record you in my videos. And I was like, yeah, but Taiwan is so so expensive to get there. Like the tickets is like 1,000. I cannot get all the way there. And it was like, well, 1,000 is not that expensive for me. Like it will be cheaper for me to have you moving here for a month than to actually have me going there. So maybe. I'm saying maybe. Could be. That's hello that too. But that's the point, Jaffer. I will be working for him, right? Because I will be recording the videos with him. What he needs the most in his videos, like what he does in his YouTube videos, is like he shows like international people, foreigners in Taiwan, right? So, and he's always constantly trying to find people that are like staying in Taiwan, that I have free time. And if I go there, I would have the entire morning for him and the entire afternoon for you. So that would be easy. I don't know. It's not nullified. We still have the 2K goal. We're talking about a friend of mine. It's a YouTuber. If I'll go there, I'll tell you everything. But that could be interesting. And that's also the other problem. Lorenzo is like, of course, he said like, oh, for me, like if you are coming here, it could be tomorrow you leave. But at the same time, you know that I was telling you that I don't want to leave home for a while because of that personal thing that happened. And but as I was telling you, it's like something that is gonna be showing the downside, and like in a couple of months or so. Not sure. So it would be better to like leave now, because in 3 months from now, I will definitely not move from home. Definitely would not move from home, you know? So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. When's the first flight? But he also doesn't know yet. We're thinking about it. We're thinking for like a month or something. But he doesn't know yet because he also has like jobs to do here in Italy. So maybe he is coming to Italy. Maybe he is coming to Italy. You know, maybe he's coming to Italy and that would be better. That's the point, JJ. I will not know. I don't know when that... Okay, since this is a secret stream, I'll tell you, I think. Mats, yes, I got a shower. I just wore this one back again. By the way, hi, Mats. Mats is the guy that is coming to the gym, by the way, with me. I'm gonna tell you this, all right? Okay, I don't know if because I don't want you to react in a secret stream. I don't want to. Yeah, but it's always like complicated to explain every time, JJ, right? Like I don't care about telling you what is happening in my life. Mattia is your daddy? All right. Is he paying for your food at least? Like that's the point. Like I so want to tell you about it, but at the same time it feels like it should be like something I don't know. Emote only chat? No, because then you start spamming. Okay, let you Ray. No, I do have an obligation. Okay, so I'll tell you what is happening. I put emote so you don't start doing like, oh, and telling me like a motivation. I don't need any. I don't need any like, oh my god, you got this and all of that. I don't need any of that. Nothing at all. Okay, don't. I'm just telling you so then it's easier when I explain to you what we're gonna do and all of that. It's way easier like this. Just don't start like, if I say one crying emoji, I'm gonna ban you. All right, no crying emojis. All right, there you go. Polio is banned. No, that was Kotpa. Sorry, Kotpa. Let me bring you back. I'm joking, but for real. So, this is my way of dealing with things. So just don't be scared of anything, all right? Just, I received the news that a really, really close friend of mine that I know since ages has a tumor, and she's gonna leave for like 3 months only. So, and she's like very close to my family. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to be close to my family because I know that in 3 months it's gonna be very tough on all of us, and I want to be there for my mom that loves her and love her mom. So like, I just want to be here. That's the reason why I didn't feel like I wanted to go away. That's exactly it. That's why I didn't go to Portugal. And that's why I'm thinking about Taiwan, you know? I would love to go, but at the same time, I know that if, you know, like the idea of like, what if I go there and right after, like I have to come back home? Like it will be way too complicated. It's like, it's also like, I don't know what to do, you know? I don't know what's the best thing. If I should go, if I should never go, but and all of that. Francesco, I see a crying emoji. I see you with the crying emoji. No need, all right? I didn't want to trauma dump you. I am completely fine, all right? I'm stretching. Yes, you're right, Matt. I should be stretching. I am completely fine. I didn't want to trauma dump you. I just want to like be completely clear with y'all, so like we all, like, you know what is happening. It's not like I'm scamming you with the trips and all of that, all right? Just this. Anyway, we can, all right. So now that we said this, I don't know if it will be easier. Maybe it's better if he comes here. I have to do what's right for me. That's the point that I will never know, right? So I don't know if it would be better like to go to Taiwan or if he comes over here. Maybe it's better if he comes to Italy first and then I'll go there like in a couple of months. It will be fine. I know, Vijay. No need. Anyway, apart from this, oh my God, Chad, I have to tell you. You know Matt? You know Matt, the guy in chat that I just told you that I go to the gym with? That bitch. Today, I was like, we were like talking, and first of all, he just wants me to hate him. Anyway, we were talking, and he's hora de llorar. No llores. So nothing, Hips, nothing happened. So we were talking, and he was like, oh, I cannot. Oh, I was like, oh, the other person plays Dota too. And I was like, oh, so then you play League of Legends, right? And I was like, yeah, I play League of Legends. Like, what champ? Like, what are you playing in League of Legends? Like, he was shocked. Like, oh, you're not faking. You actually know video games. Like, it's not like I asked you what kind of like build do you have. I just asked you what lane you are. that does define me as a gamer. I don't know. And then I was like, I don't know. Like, oh yeah, well, he's jungler. All right. And I was like, yeah, you know, I actually usually prefer to play support. And it's like, huh, because you're a woman? All right. All right. I left. No, they left, actually. Does he talk like that? He does talk like this. Right, Matt? Yeah? Women are stupid. Sounds like a total dickhead? Yes. Wait, no, I have a decent cream. 10 out of 10? Shut up! And I was like, no. I mean, just like usually women play Please support more. Like, all right. Okay, all right. Hey, yo! You did not see? No, it is, you know, Jo, to be honest, I think that it's true. Like, maybe on an average, more women play support, right? I agree on that one. But it's not like, it's not an answer that you should give someone, like, you want to work out with math? Shut up. Hi, Florbella. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? What the fuck what? That I'm wearing... Man, I was too lazy to put on makeup before. I was late and I decided to just do the makeup on stream. Shut up. Was he meaning emotional support or kitchen? Gaetano! Oh my god. Don't. Chat, don't start being toxic, please. We raised you to be good human beings. Don't destroy everything in a second, please. It still shouldn't stereotype. Yeah, I agree. That's fine. What else? He said something else that was stupid. Hi, Matt. This is Matt, by the way. This is how I usually talk. Like this. I don't feel like I am attacking you or anything. It's like if we were in a bar and I would be talking with friends, right? Anyway, he made me wanna play LOL. I wanted to play League of Legends today, but then Arya is not at the computer. Like she cannot play. Jafar has to work. I don't wanna play with Kami. You wanna play, but you have to work, don't you, JJ? You want me to explain to you what I'm doing? I just put cream, some powder because I forgot the thing to correct the dark circles in the bathroom and I didn't want to stand up. No, I want to play with Kami, but not only with Kami. Leah, wait, hold on. Leah, isn't it your birthday today? Is it your birthday? I can confirm she insults you in real life more than actually admits. Happy birthday, Leah! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, beauty! Happy birthday! You're getting super old. So, like, in the end, I was thinking... Wait, did Jafar answer? Yeah, you cannot play. Yeah, I know. Oh, fuck, I don't have a mirror. I'm gonna use you as my mirror, chat. I don't... Oh, this is gonna be a mess. Thank you for saying happy birthday to Leah. Hi, Brian. Hello. Are you drinking mate? I cannot see if I'm doing a mess. And this is like some red stuff so I look more alive. I don't... What are you gonna do to celebrate your birthday, Leah? Shit. Okay. So, like, we're gonna see with my friends if I am going there. If not, it's completely fine. But if we... Oh, there's... that one is covered. Oh, well, we are missing 40... No, less. 33? We're missing 33 subs to go to the ice skating ring and hot wine in the evening. And everyone who's around here is welcome to join. How can you and Kami and Arya or Arya play LOL together? You cannot have two support in a team. I'm just gonna ignore that message. I'm just gonna pretend that I didn't read it or I would have to ban you, you know? Am I trying to fake a sunburn? A little bit. Like that's what makes me look like I'm alive, you know? Sorry for this, by the way. Sorry for starting with the makeup. Anyway. I'm starting my day with mate and you're saying, oh, Brian, thank you. Thank you for being here. I don't have almost done. Hi, Diedrich. Hi, hello. So what are we gonna be playing? Chat, do you wanna play? Let me do a poll. Actually, if a mod can do a poll, that would be lovely. To see if we're playing... Wait, actually I can do it. I can do it so then it's on screen and you can chat. Almost done, I promise. Thank you for being here. I would have never done it otherwise. You know that I'm lazy. Thank you, Hip. You're beautiful human being. Okay, done. We are playing games. Yes, Nitin. Yes, we are. So you might hear this sound. This is Valorant already open in the background. I might or might not have wanted to be playing. Go work. Go work. No worries, Jefford. Ishan, thank you for the 3 gifted. What the heck? Oh, so we are 30 away. Yes, we are 30 away from the ice skating date. Nice. Thank you so much for that, Ishan. You're so nice. So let me show you. Okay, what do we play? It could be Inside, it could be Valorant, or it could be LOL. You vote. Oh, wait. Alright. Okay, there you go. You can vote. Inside is like a game like Little Nightmare. Inside, where is the poll? Hello? Where are you? What the heck? Okay, by just typing in chat, you're voting to the poll, alright? So you can decide what are we doing today. Is Valorant too much skill-based, or can I play it casually as a normal FPS? I'm not used to active skills.
I ordered a chicken and an egg from Amazon. I'll let you know.
Oh. Gaetano, I think that Valorant might be a little bit, like at the very beginning, especially, might be a little bit difficult, but there's a big learning curve. So like, you start from knowing nothing, you do 3 games, and then, Inside is like, oh yeah, you're right. Inside is like a puzzle game. It's like Little Nightmares. So, the learning curve is like this. It's like logarithm, if I'm not wrong. The logarithm is like this, right? Chat, or am I wrong? What is the... Nitro. Nitro, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Nitro, appreciate you for it. What was I saying?
Hey mate, just a quick stop by Teresa. Wow, already 4 months.
I appreciate you so much for that. Oh, okay. Oh, logarithm. Oh, the logarithm. So the logarithm curve, that's the graph of e at x. Yeah? Well, anyway, it's like this. So you start and you know nothing. But you do 3 games, so you know a lot. And then it takes you so long to then become very, very good. Please, no talk at me, no smart. No, you got this. So we are playing Inside. Let me buy it. Maybe while it installs, we can do 1 game of Valorant. Even though I'm gonna be solo queuing, so no Ari. No Ari. Another one that I so wanted to play is also Order. No, what's the name of that? Come on, brain. Work. What's the name of it? Come on, what is What is the game?
I want the train in.
There you go. There you have the train. Okay, what is the game that you unpack? Unpack. Oh my god, unpack. 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 Unpacking. That's the one that I also would like to play. Hi, Lomba. Hello. Hello. Hi. We were just wondering if we were going for Inside or Valorant or well, LOL. So, chat, we're definitely not playing Valorant if Lomba is here. Because we're too good. We don't want to show off, you know. So we're not. Don't tell them. The god of Valorant is here. Oh yeah, I was actually talking about you yesterday on stream. You know, I was actually talking about Lomba yesterday on stream. Why do I have this one open? What the? I mean, Valorant is good if you want to lose some mental health. No, but I really lost a lot of mental health because of Valorant. I have to say. Oh, I didn't download the game. And it was so not worth it. It was so not worth it. You know? Can you teach G how to play? Shut up. Don't tell them that that's a fresh one. Pressure of the box. Oh, hello. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you for that. Chat, I was oh wait. Chat, you remember that yesterday we did 4 games and I won 3 and I lost just 1? I think that it's because before I was watching Lomba's stream and I've learned a lot. So the W's were thanks to you, to be honest. Yes. Let me find it. Wish list. Okay, so let me go here. Someday you'd love to? Or to teach me? Do you wanna teach me? I'm okay with okay. Whenever you want. Whenever you want. Let me get inside, by the way. In the meantime, oh, I have to agree to the terms. I agree. All right. Oh, caps. Hi, Kami. Hello. That's what happens when you watch Immortal players. I'm not gonna say anything, but some of them can also not be forever immortal. Why were you talking about you? I think that I was saying something. Oh yeah, because yesterday I kept oh.
Those wins happened because we were cheering. Your lucky charms.
Yes, that's exactly why. Yes, Guaro, you are right. That's exactly what happened. Yep. I was talking about you. Okay, I was talking about you, Lomba, because like I kept while playing, I kept doing. It was like okay, it got into my brain. And also this morning, okay, I'm and also you introduced me to this song that I really like. Like I like this vibe of music and I didn't know this song. Is it the right one? Wait, let me get my pañota out. It's a very TikTok music, by the way. It's very much on TikTok. Like Valorant edits TikToks. There we go. That's why. Nothing. Thank God it was nothing cringe, chat, for once. For once it was nothing cringe. By the way, I was thinking about before playing Inside to play one game of Valorant. I am definitely not. I am so not. I am so not. And by the way, today I was at the gym. I played the CU radio, like the radio from this song. Am I forgetting something? What am I forgetting, Kami? Oh, you're not mod. Okay, you're not a mod. Okay, that's what it is. There you go. It should be. Just stop doing random stuff. I think that I have to un-VP you first. I'm at the level of power. What? Sorry, I have to just remod my... Jumpo! Oh. Mod is less than VP. Mods get like very much attacked by me. And tomorrow... Okay, now I'm forgetting something for real really cooler. Okay, wait. We need a wheel. Can we have wheel of names? Perfect, beautiful wheel. Chat. Okay, as long as it's not sweet ladies having top right. Am I sharing something weird? No. We have something. So tomorrow we will have the Kami was at my level of pepper. Oh, that's what you meant. So we have something coming up tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a cooking off with the mods. Yeah, Jalford accepted to do the cooking stream. So tomorrow we will have 3 of the 4 mods having... What do you mean streamer is less than mod? But well, we're gonna see that, Lomba, tomorrow. Because tomorrow there's gonna be me, Arya, Kami, and Jalford, the 4 of us, cooking on stream. What are we gonna cook? I'll tell you right now. So each one of us gave... Wait, let me see if I did something. Each one of us is gonna... Okay, I did nothing bad. Okay, each one of us has to say a food from their own country. And we're gonna spin the wheel. And then we are all gonna be cooking the same one. Alright? So, Jalford came in with the shepherd pie. Which, if you don't know, is... I'm scared of like searching for shit. Let me just do this. Shepherd pie. This is the shepherd pie. It's not terrible. I don't think that it is too bad. It could have been worse. He said like a tofu in the fall. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Shepherd pie. Okay. So this is the shepherd pie. Something like this. Okay, told something, yeah, right? Hi, Black. Hello. You went to McDonald's right after? Well, we're gonna be the ones cooking it, right? So they're gonna be good. Then Arya said something that I swear is unreadable. I'm not even joking. It's unreadable. Okay, I'm gonna write it down in the wheel before, so then you understand what I'm talking about. Wait, I'm covering that. What happened? Oh. What is the colloquial to fedes? What is the colloquial to fedes? What is the colloquial to fedes? Can I, as a special guest, to eat everything you cook? I mean, you're all girls, so you can cook anything worse than my dishes. Are you saying that girls are good in the kitchen because they're girls? And by the way, Jalford is a man. And this is the proof that you have never seen one of my cooking streams. Especially my last one. Of course, that's a top G state. Oh. Okay. Don't look at my previous streams of cooking, especially the one cooking cookies. Don't. A bot is not a man. Oh, fair. My bread cookies. No, for real, like my cooking streams are more like a mess entirely. But yes, be careful. Plus, Lomba, be careful because you're going to the Medan Games week. I am too. Whatever you say. Well, right now I'm gonna be studying either Valorant or Inside. Oh wait, let me download the game in the meantime. Where is it? Inside. Install. Do I have 2 gigas in my computer? Yes. Nice. Good job. Cookies at cervello. So we're either gonna do a shepherd pie or la colocolocriptedes, the colocnoferes, which are fried zucchini stuff. About Games Week, hit me up on Insta or somewhere else. I'd love to have a chat with you whenever. Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to, so I can. No, I'm joking, but I would love to. We're gonna either do the colocolocriptedes, the correct tacos, these ones. No idea. And Cami said that we can do the papas rellenas colombianas. Papas rellenas colombianas. And now I have a question for you. Io sento che dici colloquio con Fedez. What? Huh? If I will arrive to Milan. That sounds like a trend. Because the point, no, but the point is like Meta is giving me a ride to Milan, and he already said that he wants to, instead of taking me to Milan, he will take me to a bungee jumping place, which I will die before doing. Like, they can just push my dead body out of it. That's it. That's the only way. Spanish is almost perfect. Gracias. Mi español es muy bueno. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Papas rellenas. And then I have a question from everyone that is from Italy right now. Also, if you're not, just if you're interested in it. What should we make them cook? What would it be? What are we going for? Just bought the rope? That sounds so bad. You only live once, you should go. Have you ever, Lomba? Have you ever gone bungee jumping? Lasagna takes too long. Lasagna takes too long. Carbonara is way... I don't know. Carbonara has been like done way too many times, no? And it's easy. Like, you boil the pasta and you just do the eggs and like that's it, right? And we have to do something without ragu because you know that it takes a lot. Cotoletta, you need to fry it. It needs to be something easy. Cacio e pepe. Also, cacio e pepe, just make the sauce and that's it. Come with me now, Scamgi. No, don't. A frittata. What about vaffanculo means? It means you're lovely. Marta, it means you're lovely. What about pizza? What about pizza? You know, just a pizza? Like in Indian pizza dough, you just let it like raise for like 30 minutes. We just let it there, we chit chat with them, and then we move on. I was thinking about the arancine, but I don't know. Pizza dough need 24 hours. No, but I have thousands of things that I want to do, like free parachuting. I think so. Oh, wow. That would be... Oh my God. Are you going? Like, you should go. If you want to do them, you should go. There's so many opportunities to do them. 48 hours for a good pizza. Oh, okay. That's the point. Chat, I love you so much, but we as Italian, we are so picky with the fucking food that if I say, oh, we're gonna do pizza, but not with this thing, but with this other thing. Oh, no, that's not how you do pizza. Pizza has to be done another way. Oh, no. And I love you, but we're so annoying. I swear. So I already know I have to find an Italian dish that we can all agree on how it is made. No, that was not Mickey's voice. No, pretendo di essere italiana, Marce. Sto pretendendo di essere italiana. What? You're trying to think. Cannelloni. I was thinking like arancine, maybe. I would say salty. Or it could be... What about tiramisu? But I think that it would be better if it's salty, so then I can give that for my... Wow! But I was thinking something salty, so it's easier like to then I can just give it to my parents in the evening, you know? Parmigiana di melanzane. Oh! Parmigiana di melanzane. Parmigiana di melanzane could be an option. This could be okay. But this one are like easier to fry because they're flat, you know? Zzz. What do you mean zzz, Cami? Yeah, go tell your Italian crush vaffanculo. Yes, go for it. It's long to do? I don't think so. You will win. Cami's getting competitive also here while talking about Italian food. Gnocchi! We already did the gnocchi. But I like to assign goals to things I like to do to motivate myself. Like, I will try my parachuting once I reach whatever I decide to do. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. That's a good way of thinking. We're doing gnocchi. And you know what? We're gonna do gnocchi. Oh, yeah. We could do gnocchi di malga. What about this ones? No, not gnocchi. This is how you write it. Gnocchi. Gnocchi di malga. Hi, Lucky. You're gonna gamble on who wins, and then you're also gonna be able to vote who won. Gnocchi di malga. That's what I decided. They're very, very heavy. Gnocchi sbattui, gnocchi di malga are so good. It's like basically butter. All right. No, wait. This is a try. This is not the real. I repeat it. This is not the real. All right. I just wanted that one to get away. Stop moving. Okay. Close. Okay. I wanted to like. They all weight 1. All right. I wanted to see if there is like a way to make it longer. No. Okay. Are you ready? Are we ready to start this wheel? What? Are we ready? Oh, enjoy the rest of your day, Lomba. Enjoy the rest of your day. Ready? No toilet in the hole. No toilet in the hole. All right. Posture check. There you go. Anyway. Tomorrow. Oh, wait. I have the perfect song. Oh my god. No, this is for another time. Elizabeth, I know. I had it already. Elizabeth Got. Okay. Tomorrow. The mods. Jalford. Cami. Aria. And I are gonna be going one against each other to find out who is the best cook. Alright? And we are gonna be winning. The winner will get, and here I say it, and here I also say that it's not gonna happen, but maybe. The winner will get a special role on Discord. And it's gonna be whatever they want. And the role is gonna be like detached from the others, alright? It's gonna be nothing is happening. Yeah, you're my nails. Alright. Ready? Let's go. No, I pressed the wrong finger. Let's go. No, the papas llenas. No, Cami, no. Cami is gonna win. I don't want to give it to Cami. I don't want to give the win to Cami. These are the papas rellenas, by the way. This is probably the hardest one. They look like arancine, but they're made of potatoes outside. Oh my goodness. Oh, and there's also like, Cami, we're not going to be using the Sazon Goya. Because I have no idea. I don't even know what that is, you know? No, but the point is like you have to help everyone, right? They look fine. They look fine, but I'm scared about the Sazon Goya. That is gonna be a pain. The new mod. Paprika? Yeah, she said paprika, but I don't believe that. That doesn't count. Like, that doesn't count. No guts, no glory. However, if you were not prepared to have it, why put it on the list? Because it was not me who decided. It was not me who decided, Wild. We are... Arya, we're doing... Arya! But wait. Arya! Those ones! Those things! Alright? You saw it? Arya, that... Okay, good. Now that Arya understood. Nice. Let's see how is the... Inside is already downloaded, by the way. We could already play down Inside. Inside is like the same as Little Nightmares. That's the point. Go back to work, Arya. That one lunch alone. Secret stream. Let's remove that one. Oh, so then... Oh, you know what will be... Is it too late to cancel the cooking? Yes, it is. You know what? It would be lovely if any of... I also have Unravel in the list for the future. You know what would be lovely? If any of the mods that have free time, only if you have free time, could help me out to just fix the announcement, putting also the thing about the mods thing, about tomorrow's stream. That would be amazing. I love Little Nightmares. It was so well made. All right. Let me close the Valorant. Let me see if we can actually... Maybe we can do TikTok again. We did finish Little Nightmare. We did. We finished everything. We finished it all in one day. Aren't we cool? Aren't we freaking cool? Game capture. Inside. Okay. Where is it? Oh, that's it. Wait, and just... All right. I settled up the TikTok live, I think. Topic gaming. Hi, Prismy. Hello. Ok. Didn't I? Cherry Peggio! Oh my god, this is the worst. Hi, Cherry Peggio. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, people. Hi. How are y'all doing? How is it going? This is not actually gonna be a very productive stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Please me, I'm not a programmer, like not for job, not as a job, but I am graduated in data science and digital marketing. What's up with the audio? What's wrong with the audio? Is the audio still weird? Setting sounds. By the way, to everyone who came from the raid, hi, nice to meet you. I'm G. I'm actually Italian, but my streams are in English. I hope you don't mind. Usually I do co-working streams, so if you need a place to go when you have to study or work and all of that, I hope I can be the right place for you. The community should be lovely. Sometimes they are a pain in my butthole, but never in like yours, so you should be fine. Yeah, the microphone picked again. I'm sorry. I don't know why you keep doing that. No, it should be better now. Sorry about that. I don't know why sometimes I don't know why the microphone every time does that. Kami, I love you. Well, welcome everyone. Nice to have you here. Sorry about that. Sorry about the voice. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good stream. And Chedipejo, thank you so much again for the raid. Appreciate you. Buttholes? Did I say buttholes? Oh yeah, they're in butthole. Yeah, the community is a pain in the butthole. Yeah, sometimes, but they're nice. They're nice. They're actually nice. I promise. Let me see if I can. Can we? I have to choose a gaming, but there is not the game. Let me just put other games. All right. All right, maybe this should be all right. As always, let me know if it's lagging and all of that. You can practice your English. Happy to be here. Happy to be here to practice your English. Today we're going to be playing Inside. Have you ever played Inside? Do you know what that is? Hi, Big Bang. Hello. Have you ever played Big Bang? It's a super cool game. Have you Big Bang? Have you? Oh my God, my brain. Hi, my brain. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no. Have you ever? Male per io ho capito. Parlo solo italiano, ma I'm sorry. Have you ever played Inside? Do you know what Inside is? The game. I used to play Outside. When did I get the tattoo? As you can see, it's fading away. It's actually a fake one, as my entire personality. Let me set up everything so we are good to go. If you're watching this from TikTok, hi, nice to meet you. Welcome in. Double tap the screen. That will be super useful. And if you want me, I'm also on Twitch. That's where I usually can reply the most. But I'm not gonna treat you any less. Wait. I'm not gonna treat you any worse than I do treat my Twitch chat. Anyway, let me put this one pop out. Sorry, it takes me so long every single time to start everything. Why do I have to be so long? Anyway, now microphone slightly too quiet. It's. Hey Golo, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. Appreciate you very much. Oh Quadza, no, you cannot say it. It's a no compliment stream. Don't give me compliments because they make me. But anyway, moving forward, moving on. Spectre, thank you so much for the likes on TikTok. Appreciate you. Sorry, Quadza. Can I say no? Anyway, can I play with the controller to this game, right? Let me... Oh, everything hurts. I went to the gym and now everything hurts. Are you connected in any chance? No, you're not. Let me put you over here. Okay, it vibrated, so it should be alright. Press Xbox. Ah, yeah, thank you so much for the likes to you too. Okay, we should have it. It does not hurt, and the haircut I'm gonna put on with water. Yeah. Okay, we can reduce this music, I would say. I also have to figure out why it keeps getting away the game. Game capture. Not The Sims, thank you. We want Inside. Alright. Every time that I get out of the game, I think that it's a matter of like the settings. I think that it's because it's windowed maybe. Graphics. Oh. It's either like this or like this. We have no other choices, child. No more choices. I'm sorry. No other things. So we're gonna go with this. Fucking stream tomorrow. We should probably prep beforehand. Yes, I was thinking for tomorrow 12 p.m. if that works for you all. I need to figure it out. If you for you mods, it's okay. It's okay too. If it's not, then we have to figure it out another time. Have you heard of a game called Far Lone Sales? No, never. Wait, for you it's stuck? You're not seeing the game? What? Why you don't see the game moving? Hold on. Hold on. Why it is like that? Hey, yo? You see a forest, yeah, but it's... I should be moving, like you don't see... What? Plus we also have the break bar. Why is not showing the game? What the heck is happening? What is wrong? I think that it's a problem with the inside. Let me see. You don't see them at the settings right now? Graphics. What if I go on full screen off? Full screen off, and then I go... Is it any way better? I appreciate you. Maybe it's not seeing that as a game? Wait, let me see. Do you see anything now? Oh, because now it's covered? But what if I do this? Okay, now you see the game. All right. Fixed it. Let me see if what they can see on TikTok. Still, TikTok also is bad. Sorry, let me fix this. How weird are you? Oh, and with TikTok, I cannot find it. It's not a game. Oh, it doesn't find it. Oh, well, I fucked up. What brand is my sweat? This one is it was a gift from a friend. It's his own type of brand. Like he made these sweatshirts. It doesn't have a real brand. Holy, how do you... Oh, this is so messed up. Okay, never mind. No more TikTok. TikTok is a freaking pain. No more. Just get better at doing things. TikTok, thank you. All right, we are actually here. Can people on TikTok talk here? They can if they join here, I think. Anyway. Oh, you want the Dutch counter? There we go. There you go. I have to be ready to get scared? Oh. Is it like in Little Nightmare that I also there was getting very scared? Dutch counter, let's go. Oh. How? What is happening? Wait, let me remove the music for you. No more Tokyo. That's it. Okay, let me know if the volumes are okay. Dutch counter, 100 loading. Oh, no, 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 go. Oh, I have to wait for him to leave. Okay. Wow, please don't. How do I, like, walk without making any sound? Let's wait for them to leave. Yeah, that would be lovely, JJ. Thank you. Oh. Oh, do you want to bet? I think that we can... Yeah, we can do like a 50. Like, if I'm gonna die more or less than 100 times. Through the entire game, though. How can I... Can I open the fridge?
Колбас колбасит соло, колбасер по пояс голый.
Oh, I think that I can push you, right? Alright. I love the games where they don't tell you, like, how to do things. You just have to figure it out. Like, I didn't know that I could push that. I didn't know that I could push things. I don't like that dog. I'm just gonna wait for the guys with the dog to leave. Is the dog staying? Is he coming towards me? Get distracted, stupid dog. No! Oh my god. You freaking scared me with the wolves. So this is a kid that is running away. Was it like stolen? How do you jump up there? Wait, I don't know the things that I have to press. Like, how do I run? There's not like a run. Is this you running? Is the game too dark? Settings.
What do you get if you put a duck in a cement mixer? Quacks in the pavement.
How do you move in this game? Like, I'm used to Little Nightmares where they were telling you everything. Oh. So I cannot really like jump. I can only like grab stuff and jump. That's it. Oh no! What the fuck is the dog? What is the dog doing? Run! No! Get fucked, doggo. Oh my god. Don't bark in game. Stop barking. Wait, let me actually fix the alerts. Otherwise, they're gonna be destroying our ears later. Exactly what I was talking about. Stop with the wolves.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh, I thought it was the kid saying that. Meta! Thank you for the 200 biddies. By the way, if you want to add more stupid sounds, you just tell me and I'll add them there. If there's others that you might like. I was like, what is the... This is so out of the like the style of the game. Like the kid saying, hello, motherfucker. Oh, by the way, today I also did something that is very, oh, fuck. Yeah, run. Oh, maybe I was supposed to, oh, man. Oh, I know what was I supposed to keep running or hide under that? I think that maybe I was hide. This game is a masterpiece? Alright. I think I'm gonna hide under the rock. Run. Run, run, run! Fuck you, stupid. Anyway, today I also did something else. Since I went to the gym and now I'm a gym girl, you know, I got myself, thank you JJ for doing that. I got myself a smoothie with like a coconut milk. And proteins in it. I don't think this is the right moment to meow. Oh, run, 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 run. What is that? No. Get fucked. Okay. I have to jump. More people? What was I supposed to do? Why do they want to kill me? What is it? There is no right moments to meow. Wait, where am I supposed to hide? Because he's following me. Here I would have maybe a second. Okay, now I made it. Okay. Ooh, nice. Ooh! Don't. What do they want from me? No. I feel like I should go up, right? Otherwise I'm gonna die. Yes. I'm giving you air. How do I go down? How? Shit, okay. Wait, but if I go up, they kill me. If I stay... Okay, I'll just wait. Okay, I'll just go in the darkness. Please don't shoot me. Oh, I heard a car door opening. Dead pigs? What the fuck? Why are there dead pigs? Is this game like, is this the game as in Little Nightmares where there's like a story behind every... Oh, I could have opened it. Alright. Style points, thank you. I have to hide here, right? What are these? What? Where should I go? Are they pointing me where to go, or are they following me? Oh, they're sweet. They're so gonna die. Oh, they're so... Wait, are they telling me where to go? Tell me, I'm following you. Where should I go? No, you're not. Oh, you're staying here. Alright. Oh, I'm leaving you behind. I'm so sorry. Please don't die if you can. Sweet. Okay, so there's a lot of like pigs dying, and they also want me. I don't know why they want me. And there's a lot of like, hi babies! Hello! Oh, small babies. Oh no. So like, there's a lot of like dead pigs. What does this do? Oh yeah, I have to continue because I need that one to fall down, right? I need that one to fall down so then I can use it to push it down. No? No? Oh, let's open the birdies. Let's open the birdies. Come in, little birdies. Come in! Come in, babies! Come! 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 Oh, go inside, little birdies. So I can push you. I can launch it towards the thingy. Look at all of those chickens. Go inside. Oh, how do I tell them to go inside? Oh, I need them to be here. Okay, let's do this. Since they're slower than me, I'm gonna go all the way here. Come all the way. No, not Ragu. No, I'm not gonna kill. No, come over here. Okay, stay here. Ready, set, go. They're not gonna die. I'm just gonna... There we go. Yo, babies! Oh, look at... I feel like a mom. I feel like a mom. Having these kids. Can you come up, though? What about... Wait, now... Can I push you up now? Oh, is that one dead? I'm gonna push you all up there. You're gonna stay here. I'm sorry, baby. Ah, no, I cannot. I wanted to bring you with me, babies, but I don't think I can. I'm so sorry. You were useful, though. I wanted them. I wanted them with me. If I leave you and win the bet, well, yes, you still receive your points, of course. I would not like to jump down, but I don't think there is like another option, is it? I feel like if we jump down, we die. Let's see. What if we jump on the pigs? Ah, nice. Nice. Let's grab these pigs with us. Oh, and apparently they're gonna be doing the second, like they're gonna release another game, the same authors, not too far from now. So maybe we're playing this one and we play the other one. What is that thing? What were those? Worms? Oh, okay. So it looks like there has been like something like oh, that worm is coming out of his butt. Oh, okay, all right. It looks like it has been like something like what the actual fuck, bro, chill. What the heck? No. What are you doing? Stop being a freaking pain. Oh, he killed me. And now he killed me. What the heck is that pig? Okay. Okay. Oh, there's nowhere to go here? Okay, we have to wait for him here. Oh no, I can use him? Sorry, Pigo. Oh, I cannot use you. Wake up! Oh, can I grab you? Wait, why did I do that? Are you okay, Pigo? Can I grab you again? Why am I treating like this pig? Why am I treating him like this? What is happening? Wait, as soon as I remove my... What is... So if I put my head there. It's like they're using my brain. Right? You need more. I need more brain? Is that what you're saying? Need more brain? More buddies. Okay. More pigs? Do we need more pigs? How can it be? Use humans. Oh! I got it. Don't die. Ah, you die. No, you did not die. Oh. Alright. Get away. Alright, thank you, I guess. Get me out! They stay there? Oh, can I? So I am strong enough to hold that one up, but they are not. By the way, don't give me too much, like, try to not say exactly the answer so I can get to the answer by myself. You know? They're dead, are they? What the heck? Get fucked, Sherman. I know, I wanted to be closer. Now it starts the funny part? Oh, I'm scared of the funny part. I'm scared of what it is for you, a funny part. Oh, I hear my birdies! Do you hear the birdies? Can you sit on the... No. What the fuck is wrong with you? This feels like a trap. I would not kill the birdies. I like them. I can hear them. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay, I get it. No! Ah, Meta! Why do I still get surprised by these things? It's like... Who... Was that a pig? It took me a second to say if it was a pig or what. How do I... Okay, that is not good. Because I'm dumb, thank you. I genuinely thought it was like a pig. I was like, where is the pig? How can I not... Don't die. How can I... Alright, I see you having fun over there. I see you're having fun. How do I... No. Stay there, stay there. Ban, please. Wait, let me do a personal selected ban for you. How do I get all the way there? Like, up here, there's nothing. Like, we needed to turn, right? We needed to... What if we... Oh, what if we turn it when it's down? We turn it when it's down, and then we raise it up. Yeah. This is the maximum? Alright. Alright. Nice. Oh, they are in here. Oh? I thought he said Oni-chan to the kid. I thought he said Oni-chan to the birds. Like, bro, that's a little bit too much. I know that this thing is gonna break. Ah, I knew it. Birdies, I'm coming! Mama is coming to you, birdies! Come to me! Nash, please don't backseat. Please stop backseating. There. Wait, where did they go? Birdies! Birdies, where did you go? What are you? What did I do? Birdies! Mama Birdie is coming back! Oh, we have again this. Not sure what it is supposed to do. What do you mean which one? No, they're not dying. They have to be on these things. I know, okay. Okay, now they are aligned. No one was going to die. No, stay there. Let me... I just need to get out. Okay, stay there. Yeah, I'm mentally controlling them. When I get on those things, I actually control them with my brain. Because I'm so smart. I think she'll ban me after the jump. I swear, but because like, they're so realistic. There's also the one that I with the knocks that I heard it. Like, I remember there's one with the knocks that I played it, like, just to test it, and I was generally being like, wait, what? Who knocked? I was like, fuck, I'm stupid. Whee! Alright. So, like, they're killing the animals. And they're also controlling people's mind. And they also want to kill me. Coolest one is too expensive. Which one is the coolest one? Oh my fuck. No, 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 no! Alright, oh my god, I'm so scared. No, 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 I jumped! I swear I jumped! I swear I jumped! I swear I jump. Yeah, the backseating is like, don't, like, if you already played this game, don't be like, oh, do this and then do that. You know, that's... Chad also wants to kill me? Okay. You see, like, you see that they're numb. Holy fuck! Holy fuck! I got so fucking meta. What the fuck? Meta. Was that the one that you wanted to play? Holy! That was a little too much, yes. Oh my god. Thank you for the 100 biddies, but oh my goodness. Oh, wait, maybe I can push the stair from the other. No. No. Yeah, we have to push it. Oh, can we? No, we cannot do that. Jump. That's one for 1,000. Yeah, that's the point, man. You're crazy. Oh, that's what I was trying to do. Thank you for the 1,000 bees. I appreciate you, but still, why did you woke up because of this? I know, same. My brain also woke up. Can I turn you off? Why should I want to turn you on? Why should I want you to turn on? I told you that I'm not cheap yet. No, thank you for 1,000. But what is the one that? No, keep going. Your sounds are definitely more scarier than some of the. Ah, I have to do it. Ah, okay. Okay, that's why. The name of the game is Inside. A top bitonator. I appreciate you for that, Matt. I really do. The name is Inside. The name is Inside. Plus, you also find the title. Oh, don't. Oh, you. You find also the name under the title. True. Whoa! No. Hold on. No. We're dead. Oh, we're so dead. No, pretend to be one of them. Pretend to be one of them. Yes. Oh, I have to jump there? Okay, I have to jump when I'm in the circle. In the... Oh, the rhythm here. The rhythm. Oh, there I have to turn around. The tension here. Stop looking at me! What happened? Am I gonna die there? My god, there's a freaking dog there! Don't move! Why me? What? What did I do? Oh. Okay, there I have to run. When he...
Astronomers got tired watching the moon go around the Earth for 24 hours. They decided to call it a day.
Okay, when he puts that down, I run. When he puts the lights down, I run. Fuck you, dog. Oh my goodness. Techo, I'm from Italy. Oh my god, it's still here. Oh my goodness, it's still here. Get... No! Stupid dog. Can I... Stupid dog. Oh, I think that he can still kill me here. Right? Yeah. Okay, the point is not running. Moxie, it's called inside. Okay, so the point is not running there. I have to hide between those things. Between those people. How do I hide behind the people? No, I cannot jump him. How do I... Oh, I'll bait him. Hearing the barks. I'll go up here. Come here, doggo. Come here, you stupid dog. Oh, no, never mind. That was... No, he can jump. He can still jump. Oh, but he cannot jump up, maybe. Maybe he cannot jump up. The opposite. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think that he couldn't, like, jump. Come here. Get fucked, stupid dog. Fuck you. Go. It's fine. Oh, you wanna... Okay. What a lovely city. Oh, I get it. I'll help you out. Okay, push me there. Thank you. Could have gotten more death from the dog. Thank you. I feel like I should stop here for some reason, but I don't know the reason. Let's continue. Oh, because then I can put myself down, I think. Let me stop there. Oh, okay. I need him to... I need him to jump on top of that, right? So jump there, and then you jump up here, and you stay there. But how do you bring myself there? How do you... Oh, he will get on that. No. Can he control stuff? No, right? It's a nice puzzle, yeah. Okay. But then without this, he cannot jump up. He can go up here, though. Oh, he controls another one? Oh, this is crazy. Oh my god, this is so complicated. Alright. No, go get there. You need this. Oh, this is so complicated. Okay, and then I need detach. Okay. Okay. Oh, no! You need to stay still connected. Okay. Oh, this was complicated. This made my brain freeze a little, like tingle a little bit. Oh. No! I'm dead. I'm dead. Dead. What else? When I'll see the water, the fun part will start. What if I leave myself here? Here. Okay. Alright. This water? Is this the water you were talking about? Okay, I guess I cannot jump up here, right? No, let's go the other way. Or is there like a way to go under? By the way, the graphic is really, really nice. Alright. What are you? No, going up. Not die now. Okay, so we might need this one to be... We need to push... Can we push it? No. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm pressing the wrong thing. Yeah, alright. I missed the hair horn? I did not miss the hair horn. Oh, in that sense. Like, no, I didn't. I clearly did not. I very clearly heard it. Nice. Okay, let's see. When we press that, the water goes down. Okay, and then it refills up. So we have to break the window when there is no more water. Ah, okay, no. Oh, too much? No. Ah! Holy fucking fuck. Puttana. Sorry, yes, I'm reducing the cam, you're right. My good gracious Lord. Angelico e Beato. No, there's nothing to laugh about. But wait, I didn't even restart the... We had 9 out of 30, so we're missing 21. I'm not even gonna say anything, chat. You freaking Dumbos. There we go. Okay, we have to go under that. That scared the shit out of me, to be honest. Okay. I don't know what this is for. Oh, I needed to jump on the... Okay, I got it. Yes. This game is so easy. Infinity High! What ice skate means? This means I'm gonna go do in real life ice skating in my hometown. Alright. I hate horror movies too. And right after Infinity, where since like it's typical here, will it be early? Yes, it will. So I'll go around with my camera, you see. And right after, since there's also like some Christmas, not Christmas, more like winter, kind of, how do you call them? Like places where you can get food and warm wine. We're also gonna be doing that. Oh, worst moment to jump down. Worst moment to jump. Worst moment to jump. I'm sorry. You're right. You're completely. I didn't understand. Winter markets. There we go. Am I good at it? At skating? Not at all. So you can expect me falling many times.
Bruh.
What? God, thank you for the 50 BDs. Oh. Oh. When am I gonna make it? It's gonna be... That is a goal that has a deadline, so we have to achieve it before the 19th because I cannot do it any other day. Not because of me, but because it's not open any other day. So if you want to do that, if we achieve that, it means, you know. Is it better to come? No! I got distracted. I was so close. Only on the 19th, yes. And everyone who is in Verona, Italy, wherever, like, you can join me. Like, you can come with me also. Let's go. You can on the 19th. I am productive even in video games? Yes. Woo! For a millisecond. Oh, for a millisecond. Story time. Hi, Cloud. Oh. 18 already. Wait, is it that since all the pigs are sick, now they're eating humans? And that's why they're treated like that? I'm not risking it. Hi, Flocky. Hello. Should I jump in with the people? But then what else? After we jump in with the people, what do we do? Oh shit. Fuori di Greg. Fuori Greg, thank you so much for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Mumbling on a fallen sun. Hi people. Ah, we're just. Oh. No. You're not getting me.
Hello. It's
I am dancing. Hi.
I have the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the San Diego Zoo.
Wait, where was I supposed to go? Check it out. Slaap niet in. Okay, there is. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't see there was a spot here. Yeah, you're right. There's always the tube, yeah. Oh, this tube is moving. Oh. Oh. Okay. What do we have here? Nothing. Oh. Oh. No? Okay, we're going down. Kill, you're nice. I am really liking these type of games, by the way. Like Little Nightmares and this one, they're super nice. I would find them like... I find them very, very relaxing. Brenta, happy to be here. You're sweet. Good gracious. Cami, don't be too mean. No, sir, I would find it offensive. Sorry. What was that dog doing? Oh, I sorry, I saw 66. Sorry, Cami, I missed 1 second. Stupid dog, stupid dog, stupid dog, stupid dog. Okay, we have to find a new... No, I'm not. I know, Serparti. It's not you. I don't like... Come here. Are you coming to the water? Are you gonna... Oh, you're suicide in the water? Oh no, you're killing me in the water. Oh no, don't kill me in the water. Stupid dog. Stupid dog. Get fucked. What about now, dog? Oh! Ooh. Okay. Come over here. You idiots. Okay, I'm gonna start doing it as soon as I... Oh no, they come back! As soon as they hear me jumping, they come back. Okay, I have to wait for them to be here. Be all the way here. Oh my god, plus the music is so stressful. Can I pass? Okay. Oh, fuck you dogs. Always F to the dogs. F doggos. No! F to G. Just... Okay. F to G. F to G. Oh my. Gravity. Stupid. No, 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 no. Oh, I have to wait for him to leave. Okay. I thought it was a dead one. I thought it was another dead one. No, we're waiting. Yeah, look at your own things. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, I'm still in your submarine. Bye. Go in. Woo! Bye. See ya, bitches. Oh, I thought it was a hole here. No, there is no hole. Okay, we're going down. Okay. I think this is the right moment to tell you, Chad, that my worst nightmare is to get stuck in a submarine underwater and die because there is no more oxygen. Just letting you know. I think it's, yeah. Are we stuck now? Oh no, my worst nightmare is happening. My worst... What? No! Oh. No, my worst... No! Oh, what is this? What? Ah! Why is everything red? Alright. Oh. This game is so good. She sounds like my grandma playing video games. Shut up. Foot to the dog, foot to G. I'm never gonna like run out of oxygen. Oh. Bonk. Okay. More here. Oh, wrong way. Oh, I'm aiming the wrong way because I look at the light. Wait. Okay. Shut up. I'm not good with the aim with these things. Come on, let me go. Wait. Am I at this even supposed to do this? Yeah, but I am playing with the joypad now, you know? Come on, break. Plus there is the light that is like I broke all of it. More there? No. Maybe this is not where we're supposed to go? Oh. Oh. Fanatic G, thank you. Maybe I can get out? No, that is where we have to go for sure, but why we cannot... Why we cannot get through this one? Confusion, chat. I need to get out of the submarine upstairs? Yeah, but the door is not open. Right? We don't care? Oh, I can... No, wait. No, I can swim through it by being a little boy. You know? Because I'm small. So here I can do this. No need to break it all. Sorry, I had a small brain situation there. No, without the submarine such. Three hours later. Okay. Wait. Okay. Oh, rats. Let's go. The thing that I'm missing maybe from A Little Nightmares are the musics. I am not going that way. Right? The music from Little Nightmare was... Woo! Decent. What do we do? What happens when we jump down? Do we die? No, we get back into the water. Okay, so I'm gonna just jump down. I'm gonna press the button and jump down. Okay. How to become a crepe. Voila. Oh. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready for the biggest run of your life? Whee! Run, 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 baby. Run, little boy. Woo! Maybe not. Alright, alright. Move, 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 move. Oh, okay, 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 okay. We made it. We made it, little boy. Why does Chinese have a Taiwan flag? Because my Chinese is very much influenced by Taiwan, so I have the Taiwanese accent and I write in traditional characters. So that's why I put the Taiwanese flag. Run like the police knows you have weed in your pants. No, don't ever run away from the enforcement law, the law enforcement people, you know. They're good, they're nice, they're doing their job. I feel like I should not have done that. Maybe I should have. Wait. No, in my country, not even. Let's stay here. Let's see what happens. Oh, no, what? Why didn't you jump? Ready? Let's go, little boy. Let's go, little boy. You're doing so well. I'm not really sure where we are going, little boy, but... Okay. Joystick, I have the Xbox one. I'm using the Xbox. Ah. Oh, we can bring... Wait, maybe now we can bring the... We can take the submarine now. What the fuck was that? You got ticket for parking? Holy, I'm sorry. Hey, jump in. No, oh my god. Jump in. Alright. In. Let's go. Hi, Dumbo. What's the goal for ice skate? We're gonna go ice skating in with Irla with Twitch. So I'll be live going ice skating. Did you sleep well, Dumba? Okay, let's see where we have to go. Oh. Oh. Oh, this is okay. This is inside. It's called inside. Oh. Wait, there's something down? No. You slept like a baby? Oh, you're from Poland? Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. You know that my favorite dish from Poland, it's placki. What do you mean it's impossible to read the category? What happened to the category? Oh, in that sense. Wait, can we... Ah. Oh, first friend to like Platsky? What do you mean? Well, pierogi also, but my favorite, like, I'm way too attached to Platsky. Okay, I think that we have to get back up here, and we have to press that button that I have no idea what it does. Let's see. Oh, it's getting the water away? Okay. Where are we supposed to go? Oh, maybe we were supposed to go up with this one. Never mind. Let's leave. What about Platsky? Oh, you also know Platsky? I was saying that I love Platsky. Why did they make me remove the water? What there is that I can achieve only without water? No, we need the submarine. We need the submarine. Right. Am I a fan of Ludwig? Yes, I like Ludwig. I really, really do. Don't panic. I also like what's more, like much more. Not much more, but like. Oh, and you know what? I've had like when I was living in France by myself. Wait, what am? I need this. What is G? I am G. For this, you were telling me to not panic for this. Dumba, you were telling me to not panic because of this. I said don't panic. No, I do panic. Dumba. Holy shit! Thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. That was so not needed. I would still have liked the panic achieved. I would have still liked the Platsky, you know. Still like Platsky, no matter. Oh yeah, that's why we had to turn it up. You like ice skating? Oh, yeah, we're 15 away from it. Let's go. It's gonna be super nice because also there's it has nothing to do with Platsky. I'll pretend to believe that. I'll pretend to believe that. Where was the button? Oh, right there. I'm gonna die before I get there. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm going up, going up. It's like inside my mind, very dark, with a little boy trying to figure out how to escape. Wait, what? Are you talking about your little you? 23 away from the... Oh yeah, no, wait, you're... yeah, I'm stupid. I read 15 from the daily one. You're right. Number is super nice. Okay, get back in. Get back in. And then we go. Nice. Us with our little ball. Beginning sentence, I will not be able to ice skate this season, so yeah. Oh, you do? Like, you're good at ice skating? Are you good at ice skating? Thank you, Meta, for gifting one to my boyfriend! What the fuck is that? No, okay, I should have run away from you. Okay, I should run away from you. Sorry, I was trying to follow you. Meta, thank you for the gifted one to my boyfriend. Thank you. Oh, it's like a... Yeah. How do I get away? Oh no! Oh no! No! Okay. How do I... Yeah, that's my boyfriend. It's you, don't panic, just need to build muscles. And no, not good at ice skating. Oh, okay. Let me pass, alright? Stop being a piece of shit, alright? Wait. I cannot move if you keep moving. I cannot point the light somewhere else and move somewhere else. Ah! Get away. Far away. Huh? Get away, I said. Stop. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I cannot go backward. I cannot go backward. Not interested. Not interested. No! Oh my god, when they don't understand. They don't understand. It's like... It's like a guy with no respect at the... Stop! With no respect at the... how is it called? At the gym. Look up. No! This son of a bitch. Okay, we were so close. We were so close. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Huh? Huh? What do you want from me? Let me go around with my submarine. I'm just having fun. Huh? Ha! Nice. No more mini. I don't even know. Oh yeah, I was supposed to. Nice. What you doing? Are you here alone? Can I buy you a drink? Oh, nice. We made it. No more submarine. Bye, Sabo. Oh yeah, remember Sunday we have a typing competition on Discord. If you want to join us, everyone is very welcome to join. Mods decided to have it because they're very hungry for competition and blood. I don't think that the land is very safe. Oh. Oh, I am very bad too. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Are we not dead? How are we not dead? Okay, this is too heavy for us. Hi, Venky. Enjoy the rest of your day, Domba. Enjoy and heal your ankle, please. Not your ankle, your leg, alright? Hi, Alu. Next challenge on Tekken. It has to be like a free game. Is Tekken free? Okay, we have buttons here. Okay, how do we... we have 19 seconds to do something. Not sure what. 4 euros. Oh, this is gonna be a long one, right? I'm not even sure where am I going, you know? Hi, dead people. I need to go up there. I think we're not in the right place. But I don't know how to go anywhere. You will make it free for everyone? Will you buy Tekken for everyone? Okay. We are missing something for sure. But how do we get back up? And now we're stuck! Listen, let's die. Okay. How many is everyone's? Too many. Oh no, we're still here. Shit, I died for nothing? I died for nothing? I thought we were going to start again from up there. Okay, peeps, we have to do something all together. I don't know what. Since there's... Yeah, we're going back up. We're going back up. We're going back up. Are we going to the right place? Oh. Did I miss the jump or it's just not possible? missed the jump. Oh! Almost. Update the edge counter. Just keep it yourself, okay? And then we're gonna whenever. Oh, thank you, AC. All right, let's swing a little bit more then. Let me go a little bit lower. It's fine, AC. Continue to do whatever you're doing. If you have to study, AC, please don't stop studying. Okay. What? Oh! I just gained a lot of people! I just gained a bunch of people on my side. Let's go. Oh, here, jump. Oh. Jump. Oh, I have people to help me now. Let's go. Come here, boys. Let me help you out. No, stay there. Don't come over here, right? You're gonna die. Aww. No, you don't because of me. Sorry, Big Man. Come up here, boys. Let's bring back the gang. Let's go. We brought the gang. Oh, wait, let's see if there's something here we can do, boys. Is there something we can do here, boys? Like we could jump up there. Something more. We could move this one, I guess. Maybe we're not enough. Oh, we are enough. Okay. Do you think you can push me up there, boys? Okay. Can you push me up? One more? Thank you. How? Can I jump on top of... No, it's blocked, right? You're cute, though. We cannot push it. No. We cannot do it now. It's gonna be useful for later. Come. Let's go, boys. Let's go. All in? Okay, nice. Let's go up. Yes, it is. Oh, where? Oh, to that AC. I think that later I'll take out the protein thing that I have. With my beautiful hat, do I also get all of you? Nice. 20. Wait, 20 what? Oh, we're not studying. We're not studying. Oh, I have to bring all of them here. We have to get 20. Sorry for pushing you. Let's go. We need to bring 20 there. Basa, by the way, I usually study. Today it's rest day. Is there like... There were more people here, right? By the way, how lucky are we that we got to the first one right? The first one, we got it right. We went down. No, AC, go to sleep. Go to sleep. AC, go to sleep for real. Well, but it's 10 p.m. 10 p.m. is not too late, actually. It's fine. They've been doing worse. Oh, okay. Wait me here, right? Wait for me here. Never mind, I need your help. Maybe we can we push something? No, we cannot. Oh, never mind. You cannot help me out? Can you push me up there? Boys, I need you. Can you? One more? One more? Never mind. Oh, they're so cute. Never mind. No. We are gonna go there later, I guess. We're gonna go up now. Unless I find something to grab, like... No. Right. My goal today? Today the goal is to finish this game. All today. I wanna play as many games as possible this November. Since we don't have many like talks and all of that, I wanna just get rid of all of them. You know? That's me when I'm going ice skating? No, I don't think so. I don't think at all. Let's see who we have here. Okay, can you push me up? Ah, they could have done it also back there. They could have done it also back there. Okay, I see. Good morning. No. How do I wake up? Hello? No, it is not about zombie, Matt. It's like a puzzle game somehow. I'm coming back. Catch me! Oh, they caught me! They're sweet. How do I revive him? I have no idea on how to revive someone. Fortnite? Okay. Help them out. Oh, we pushed them down. Don't die! Bye! Hope you're not dead. Anyway. What do you mean you don't like it? You don't like this game? I find it nice. It does look like Little Nightmares. It does, right? I want to revive that person because definitely he's the one that we're missing. No! Please don't tell me that. Okay, I still have all of my boys. Okay. Come on, boys. I need you to be faster. Come on. Jump me. Push me up there. Alright. I need to revive this person. I don't know how to revive them, though. Ah! Oh, I don't need to revive them. I just need their weight. Alright. Coming! Grab me! Thank you! Okay, now we need the ones that are down below. They were middle level, right? No. They were middle level. Yeah. I only need their bodies. Yeah. You're pretty, but then... Do you think that they're already dead? No, right? Valor is so not a camping game. Oh, also here we have dead bodies. Oh, you alive? You alive? Oh, you are alive. Nice, good. Because I needed you to be alive. Thank you. I couldn't grab all of you. Okay, I need you to push me again up there. As we did before. Okay. Get here. Alright. Now. Push me. Alright. New friends are coming. Oh, wait. Okay, I got it. I think I got it. Who is the smartest? Oh, you do have some people camping, that's for sure. You cannot feel lonely even with people around me. First of all, Basa, first, most important thing ever, go to therapy. Talk to someone. Really, really important. And second thing, I cannot help you out with that. I am very much of an introvert too. Let's go. Okay, where is the dead body? There we go. Sheena. We're missing 5? We're missing 3? Upstairs we did everything. Let's go see downstairs. Maybe we missed something. Maybe we missed something downstairs, you think? Oh yeah, the up here. Oh yeah. Up here. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the meow. So I guess we have to... What could it be? Let me walk all the way up for once. Oh yeah, it was to walk all the way up. Alright. Thank you for the meows, I guess. Oh no, wait. I got it. Come back here. Come back here, boys. No, bring the... Oh, you Dumbo. Grab me. Good job. Okay, I got it. Help me out. Help me. Thank you. Hup. Ah, nice. They're sweet though. Don't push it. Don't push the thingy before I am on it. Okay, now you can push it. Push it. Push it. Okay. Come on. Hit. No. Ah, we're just going up. Never mind. This game is so amazing and so weird at the same time. I agree. I'm scared of getting electrified. Ah. No. How do we... Okay, we have to maybe put the box. Alright. No. How? Wait, what if I'm not on it? I think it goes all the way if I'm not on it. Yeah. Ah, no. I got it. Wait. No. I did a mistake. I sorry. Wrong timing. Haha. And what about now? No, it doesn't happen often. Oh, new buddies! Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. I really like these games. Like I really like the games where you don't have to be extremely good. Like, you know those... You know the Jump King? How is it called? The one that you have to jump through boxes. I don't like those kind of games. Because like it's not like about how smart you are. It's about like how good you are at jumping and like being all the reflexes. I cannot. The trio is missing. There we go. I really like these ones where, like, you know, it's Chicken please say 72 times more. It's not about being bad and dumb. I'm saying like it's about having a brain. Do you need to be smart for this game? I think so, but it's not like you need to be smart. It's like a puzzle. It helps you like to think about it. I really like this game. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Heaven, really? Do you need me? Let's go. Boys, come with me. Boys, keep following. Never mind, don't follow. Holy fuck, what is this? Holy Ah, okay, I need to be behind those things. Okay. The Outlast horror game? Really? I'ma wait for the next wave. Let's wait for the next wave. What? Ah! Oh my goodness. Oh! So close, so close. I was shaking. Okay, I need you to cover me while I go up. So I need you to be all the way up. Because the first part I can do it without you. Yeah. Thank you. I've never seen Half-Life. Oh, where was I supposed to hide? Hold on, where was I supposed to hide there? What? Are you saying that maybe I can do all of it without the help and I will have to put this one on the other side? Like there? Like, I don't think that I can do it all the way without it. There we go. I'm gonna die. Dead. I have to make it go with me. advantage. No, I have to. Oh, it's not fast enough. It's not fast enough. I'm dying, dying, dying. Quantum! Thank you for the 4. I appreciate you.
We don't live in fear, we're not stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate
But I have to stop it, otherwise this one will not be here, right?
Good afternoon, G. Heart.
Oh, I'll block it. Oh, okay, I got it. I gotcha. I'll just stop it to time it. Okay. Quantum, thank you so much for the 4 months, by the way, again. No. It's impossible. I need to do it before the stairs. But it's way faster than I am. Okay. I'm not gonna make it. So it needs to be there. It needs to be there. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Nice. We are just better. Oh! I didn't think it was still going to die from there, you know? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm supposed to bring the door with me. Alright. Why did I get so slapped? Okay, where there is not the thing on the lower, it's not a safe zone. So, wait. Go faster! Bro, how can you be so slow? Okay, we need to be a little bit more. I'm like a bird, not fly away. I'm like a bird. So like halfway. You know, if we are already like here. Let's go. No, I'm done. Just lower it before, don't stop. Okay. Wait. What is this thing? Oh, he will take my door. No? People finish this game in less than 1 hour? No, I don't believe that. No. No! Almost, almost, almost. Ooh, no, wait. But wait, this is so fucking scary. Oh, we made it. Oh, we made it. Oh, no more. Oh my goodness. No more light. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Let's go. A lot of stress clap. Wait, let's see if there's something here. Nothing, okay. That was a difficult one. I don't trust this elevator. Yeah, I think that those binaurals were very, very good. I said it, I didn't trust this elevator. I said it. I called it. I called it. No! No, 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 no! Chad, this is my nightmare. Chad, this is my nightmare. This is my biggest nightmare. This is my huge... oh my god. No, it's like being in a cage underwater. Hi, Deepak. Hello. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, just get me out. Get me out. No. Get me out. Get me. Please, get me out. No. I can feel that I'm dying. Oh my god, get me out. Please. Anywhere. No, don't make me die. No. No. I would never, like, you know all those movies where there's a submarine and people that try to go in a submarine, like, oh, what is the worst that can happen? You can die. That's the worst. Diva! Fuck the watch. Thank you for the good vibes, Steve. Oh. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Woo! First try! Nice. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate you for that. Appreciate you very much. That's a newbie, by the way. You can see a karaoke stream? No. You cannot see it, trust. You cannot see it. Hi, Rua. Not sure what I'm doing. Ah, I see. Oh, why did I jump down? I see. What do you mean you've been here for 12 hours? Sorry. Damn me. So we want this one? No, this one. Then we want this one. Then I'm gonna go up here. Oh my god, I'm still okay. I don't know what this is for, but I'm sure this has a reason. Hello. Not again, that lady! No, 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 no. Maybe I am supposed to see her. Hi, lady. Don't kill me. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, I have to be faster. Oh, this lady scares me too. Okay. Let's go, 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 let's go. Fuck you. Let's wait for her to go back where she's from. I'm not sure where I have to go, but I think farther away from her. There we go. Get away. Oof. Oh, I just walk up here. I'm stupid. Hi, V-Nets. Hi. Good afternoon. What is this? I'm not gonna... Oh, we have to be fast and jump over there. All right. Before she gets to us. Fast, 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 fast. Ooh! Oh, nice, 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 nice. Good job, good job, good job. Let's wait for her to go. Wait. What happened? No, Kodpa. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, at least you can come back home, right? 15th of November? Yes, I know. I know, Goku. That's why we're doing it also. Oh, Diano, it's fine. I mean, you don't even have to be celebrating that win. Oh, no, 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 no. You don't even have to celebrate that win. It's like we're playing very bad. Again from here? Oh, no. Get away. What do you want from me? I'm never gonna make it. Oh, I should have pressed the button. I should have pressed the button. I should have pressed the button. Stop! Yeah, I know, I know. Oh, there's also a chain. You think that I could use that chain to do something, like to get higher? There's also the button. You're right. Okay, let's see what does this one do. No, 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 where are you bringing me? No! No! No, go back! No, go back! Oh. Oh, it continues going back in and... oh. Oh, are you bringing me all the way there? No. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, okay, okay, okay. She's gonna be far away. Okay, you're right, right. Oh my god. I'm so scared. Alright. Oh, get fucked, lady. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Bye, bye, bye. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you so much for helping me out, chat. F to the lady. F to the dogs and the lady. F to dogs and ladies. Alright. No. Bet scammed. For what? How are they scammed? Wait. Can we push this, beep? Let's go, small boy. Oh, more water. Oh no, the lady. Oh no, the lady. Oh no. We don't like the lady. F the lady. Oh no, I think we have to meet the lady again. Oh no. I was so close. We do like the lady? W to the lady? No. No, we don't. Ah. I was so close. I was so close. Let's go. I don't think that we can get through it, right? Yeah, no. Plus she's getting us. Yes, she's getting us. Yes. Okay, so we have to go down. Press that button so it's open. And then we get through the door after. But we have to go back up. Okay. Okay, we got this. Alright? Do you think that we have to lure her again to be far away? No, she's already far away. Fuck you. But now we have to lure her far away, right? The lady is thirsty of love. Come here. Come here. Okay. Please. We were so fucking close. How is that possible? Close. Oh my god, I'm stupid. You're right, Chad. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. You are right. I am sorry. Yes, I know. Is she here? No, she's not. Huh! Get fucked. Alright. They should suggest some stuff. Some stuff it's okay. This is giving me so much stress. Come here, lady. Meow. Come. Okay. Ask her what she uses for her hair. I swear. No, don't scum the wall. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Good. Shush. Oh, shush. Okay. We made it. And now? And now where are we going? Oh, here. Thank you for the wolf station. How do I feel about What the? No! What the heck? What? Stop. Wait, is this a kill? This is not a kill, right? This is scripted, right? Bro, you are a friend of mine. We are friends. What is she putting on me? Lady. Are we friends now? Wait, hold on. Are we friends? Wait, that's the point. Why weren't we friends all the other times? Only now. Maybe I didn't understand she was being friendly. And then I was just... I don't know. Yeah, but the graphics are so good, by the way. No, no, no. Give me back the... What? Fishes, could you please not kill me? The game is really weird for you. Why are fishes eating me? Did that lady give me the power? Did the lady give me the power? Oh my god. No, she didn't give me the power to breathe underwater. Oh, she did. And now we have fishes as friends? Oh, this is the part where they were talking about the water part. I don't remember who was it in chat saying this. Okay, this could be like since I think that it's like a they're like showing society somehow. This could be like a representation on how the climate change got everything to be melted. Right? Could be. And there's everywhere this tree all around. Floyd is getting wait. Are we going up? Where are we going, fishy? Down? Down. Climate change is propaganda. What the fuck? Oh, should we go through the door? Oh, one more fish. Heard this flat. My fishes! No, 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 no! You're forgetting my fishes. Oh! Oh, I see. When it stops, I go. And then I hold on to this one. It's a weird part. I see that. I see that being a weird part. There's nothing that we can move around. Like, there is not like a box that we can move on under it. Right? There is not like something that we can use to put under. Or was it here? No. So gravity is inverted. Actually, yeah, because water is down there, like up there. Like just water is inverted. Oh my leg muscles. Oh my god, I need to stretch. But maybe we need that one open. Why did we close it? Just because there was something to click and we click it, right? That's what you do. But maybe there's something else. I got you, I'm stretching. Let's go back down there. Let's see what there was. Hi, fishies. Put your legs down. I'm comfortable like this though. What there is here? Oh, my flip-flops. Alright. What there is that? Are we gonna die if we go this way? I see a death. Yes, that gives me death vibes. You leave now? Okay, bye Nitin. Let's think. Let's think. To everyone, to anyone who did not play this game, let's think. Hi, Sniper. What shall we be doing? Is there like something that we can bring up? No. Hey, get out. You played, but you don't remember this part. Alright. Now that it's open, what happens when I pulled it? Does it something? Oh. I really jumped in the hole. There's a button that we want to press up there. There is something on the right, but how do we get there? We can now jump on these boxes. Oh, woof. That's a thinking dog, by the way. We cannot... I don't want to jump through that one again. I wonder what happens under. Oh yeah, but wait. No, I thought it was going to like pop up. This either opens or closes that one. Huh? And that's it. What could it be? If you really did it, you can give some tips. Not saying the exact solution, but maybe that's something else that I'm putting in the hole. But we didn't see any difference. Did I check to the bottom of the water? I thought I did. Let me go check on the other side. No, right there was nothing, Uncle. There's nothing. No, I don't want to jump through the death vibes. That vibes was giving me really big death vibes. If we had like a box or something here, there is nothing here. In the water there is absolutely nothing apart from fishes. Do you want to go for the jump, the death vibes? The jump of the death? Do you want to try that death? I think that the box would kill me if I put myself under the box. Do you want to go for the death? So we're taking that possibility away? No, I'm not saying bungee jumping. Leap of faith, let's go. Fuck. Why does it give me so much death vibes? It was fun. It was not fine. Oh my god. Oh. Was this one broken? What is gonna happen? You were right, Uncle. Oh, I should not be on it, so you can get out. Just don't kill me if you can. Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, I need to click it. Okay. Ah. Nice. Ah, no. Wait. I'm gonna push it. No, we have to. No. Take it. Okay. We have to put it here. Come. Ah, okay. I was going to block it. Easy! Easy. Joe, I'm from Italy. Where are you from? Joita, you're also from Italy. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Is this difficult? Is this supposed to be difficult? Oh my god. We were struggling. We struggled for half an hour to find out that we could actually jump on the right. Easy. Easy. So we want to start this one and then we bring this one to him. Right under. So it stops. Okay. Maybe I will push it a little bit under. No, it's better like this so I can jump on it. Okay. And now we do it again. What's gonna happen? Absolutely nothing. Oh, what if... wait, what if... Never mind, I think that was a stupid idea. Oh, wait, you think like this? Wait, can I move them away? No, I cannot move that one away. I cannot put the one lower over it. How can I invert them? I cannot invert them. Oh, that's what you mean. No, how? Okay. Okay, get on top of it. I cannot. Okay. Don't kill me! Don't kill me. That did not work, chat. Oh, it did it. Right, that did not work. Oh, and I should stay on them. Oh. Oh. Easy. 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 We couldn't get to the bottom that was at the end of the room. Oh, that body moved. Don't you fucking dare. Wait. Can I just poke my head without... Never mind. Stupid idea. Dead. Dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god, geez, a mastermind. Yep, yep. What are you? Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Don't let it fall, don't let it fall. The other side, maybe. Maybe it has to go there. But then I'll die if I go there again. No, I'm not going there. Oh no, Veneto. Oh. Oh. Oh, should I go in it? Alright. Okay. No, sorry. I was scared I was going to die. I was scared I was going to... That was a weird place to be, by the way. This kid has great lungs. Yes, that's what I was saying. Never!
Grew to live in fear, with no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Nefa, thank you so much for that.
So humbling,
I appreciate you for the 3 months together. 20 to go to the ice skating. I'm actually kind of excited.
A secret stream. New in Twitch, ha ha ha.
You're not new on Twitch. It's just because usually I don't do gaming, you know? I usually don't do gaming. Right now, thank you. Oh, wait. 10K subs on YouTube? Let's go. Hey, how do we do this? Can I get through the window? No. But if Nefarian, thank you so much again. I appreciate you. It's just great because like we just like to pretend that I'm not dumb and I usually do productive stuff. Wait, what the heck? So Can I like do something while I'm in the water that I cannot do when I'm not? Like I can. Oh wait, maybe I can go like this. Because like this I can go through it, right? You see, where is the moment here that's where they close down? And also there? No, that's where that one closes down. Here. So like I would have to go up here. And I cannot jump over there. How do we... Okay, there is something that we maybe have to get from the previous door. Maybe? Is it? Like if there is something that we can then drag... Oh, here we have sound. If there is something that we can drag in the other room, that's... Oh, people! Friends! Oh, I will not be able to grab your friends. I'm sorry. I just need a box. Never mind. Enjoy your detention. Hey. Oh yeah, because we need this so when there's water, there's no more gravity. You cannot have seen me, you son of a bitch. Okay, I will not move. I will not move. Okay, 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 okay. I will not move. I understand. No! I will not move. Jumps on the box. That was one more kill, by the way. You're moving a box. Rox, hi! Hello. Do you want to join the typing tournament? Okay, they're gonna turn around soon. It would be lovely to have you there. Just close it. Just close the gate again. Okay. Oh. Bye-bye, friends. I'm sorry we didn't hang out. I'm so sorry. See you next time. Don't be mean, Sniper. Sniper, no rubare. Sniper, no sniping. I'm talking like... I'm using the Dora. You see, now it goes down. And now I can do like this. Oh no, now I can do this. So now I'm gonna get into the water. I'm gonna move it. I hate that there is this sound here. It's destroying my ear somehow. We're gonna need it here, I think, right? Yeah. If I'm not wrong. Let's see if I have everything according to my plans. Let's see. Because, like, look at this. Now the box is down. And now... Oh, maybe it was down. Wait, let me put it in a better position. Just move a little bit there. Alright. Alright. So then when I put the water at the right space, which is exactly here, I can jump from the box into the water and then move into the like up on the other side where there is the open door. This is giving me such an insight upside down of Stranger Things kind of vibes. Okay, I'm gonna die when I touch the water. Look at this. Okay, no. Nice, right? Wow. I forgot that we have the unlimited breath now. This is so creepy. Can they see me, you think? Oh, they closed the door, these bitches. Okay. Fake that vibes, right? It's missing. Yeah, they're missing like music. I think that it's because like there is like it's not like there is no sounds, right? But at the same time, oh, we're missing something here. All right. Another button that we need to press. Let's see what we have. And by the way, the difference between this one and Little Nightmare is like with Little Nightmare, you had also like depth movement. Here you have only right and left. Like I cannot get closer or farther away from this, like, you know, the stairs or something like that. Okay, what is this going to do? Oh. Oh, friends. Hey, friends, come with me. Don't kill me, though. Come with me. Just follow me. You too. You too. Come up. Stand up. Never mind. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. I need you to push me to the button. By the way, these are our friends, the same that we had before. Oh, good night, wow, good night. The same we had before. But they have been in water, so they're all like wrinkly. Thank you. We're missing something. Gang, we're missing something. I don't know what. What are we missing? Well, it would be easier if we could throw something, right? But there was nothing that we could grab from the floor, right? Or was there? Oh! No, can you grab him? No, 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 the guy, no. Oh wait, let me do this again. Okay, now it should... Something should have changed. Not sure what. Anki's here. Oh, hi, Anka! Congrats for the 10K on YouTube, by the way. Congrats. Is it better? No, nothing changed yet. We need more water. More water. Let's go. Let's go that... Oh, Ang, do you want to participate in the typing contest? It's a very, very difficult. That's why I'm not participating. Because I don't want to make it more difficult for other people, you know? Like, I'm going to be there, but... Maybe you have to boost from the stairs and swim. Neil, why do you have such a big brain? Wait, let me... You're right, you're right. Let me see if I can... no, that was gonna take the water away. You're right, let's go back there. Let's go back there. By the way, today, chat, I did a lot of arms and I'm feeling them a lot. Give me a booster! No, what was that? A booster! Okay. All my homies are there. A cook-off tomorrow, you're right. That seems like a fever dream. Why? It's gonna be so fun. Okay. While I fall, I'll press the button. Nice. Let's go. More brains. Let's go. Oh, 52 already. Yeah. If you already played this game, how farther you think we are into the game? I got my legion of buddies. Oh, I should have made them fall before me. Just... Or should we jump? Can you just move away so I can jump a better jump? No, that was a bad jump. No. Okay, never mind. They survived though. How do they survive? Just go down. One of you. Go down. No. Because they're not alive, so they don't die. Makes sense. Oh, I can... Oh my god, I forgot about that wave. I forgot about that. I'm so dumb. I forgot they could do something so smart. I forgot. They have stronger legs, do you think so? Look at the first one of the row. Oh, nice. No! My boys! Oh, one escaped. Oh, he's so gonna die. They're all escaped. Two escaped. Scimmia volante. E guarda come voli. Guarda come voli. Woo! Okay. Yeah, but what about me? What about me? They keep running away, but what about me? Should I push on the wall? Just push it? No. Leap of faith? No. Heavy, don't tell me. Oh, well, yeah, they're gonna grab me, right? They're gonna... Bring me! Thank you! Thank you for grabbing me. Now where do we go? Oh, you're right, you're right. See you later. I'm actually gonna see you later. Let me open the door for you. Oh, never mind. Oh, there they are! Do you see their feet? My babies. Can you get down here? Or on the other side, maybe. How do you get through? Look at their feet. Oh, they're so sweet. Come down. Come down to Papa. Oh. Yes. Let's go. I need you to throw me on that cord. They're not real homies if they leave me, right? Oh, no, I thought it was again a thing to jump. Okay. Help me on the cord. I cannot see it though. I cannot see it. I cannot. Wait, am I crazy or there is something there? Right? Oh, did I not grab on it? I did grab on it. Why did they made it behind this freaking pillar so I cannot see shit? I don't think that... Okay, I don't think that is useful, actually. Okay, let's go inside. Let's go inside. All together. No! No! We're missing one! No, 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 no. No! Let him in! Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Open. No. I love that whenever like I go against them, like some of them fall. No, don't push me. There is nowhere we can go. Okay, how do we... Can we... Oh, we can push it up. Okay. Oh. Shh. They didn't notice us. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're almost free. People run! People run! Push me up. And then push yourself up, alright? Push me up and then push yourself up so you're also gonna be free. Push yourself up! Come on, damn. Oh my god, if only, like, they could have, like, just one of them could have died. I'm alone again. Alone again. Once again, all alone. You see there's those ones that are still running away? I don't understand if they're like, they were able to escape or if that's what they're supposed to do. What the fuck? No, 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 brother. What are you? Ah, okay, you don't want to kill me. What is the great news? What are we all looking at? What are we all looking at? Shall we wait? Georgia is giving a speech. Sorry, I'm too sure I cannot. I'm too small, I cannot see what is happening. Let me turn on the game. Oh. Okay, we have to go on that tube. And why didn't they want to kill us now? They're watching me as skating? We are close. We are close. Yeah, you see, like, they don't want to kill me. They're so intrigued by what is happening there that they don't want to kill me. It's so weird. You tried to kill me all the time and now for some... What is it? Oh. Like, you see, they're so... I'm not interesting enough for you anymore? What is going on? I'm close to the truth. Leap of faith? Chat, leap of faith. I want you to type 7 for a leap of faith. 7 for a leap of faith, and then we jump. Give me a 7. 7 for this leap of faith. No, 4, 7. 7 for the leap of faith. Okay, let's go. Okay. Oh, was not too much of a leap of faith, by the way. Can I... Not too much of a leap of faith, anyway. We did good. Oh, so we are where they're all looking at now, I think. What are we even trying to break? Don't we wanna... That one, no, we're gonna go this way? Let's go this way, I guess. No? Okay, let's get away from it. This one, so then we can get here. Oh, we cannot get it. And it's too strong for us. It's too strong for us. We cannot get to the bottom of this. Is there something on the other side? Maybe no. Ah, there's one at the center. I'm stupid. Like, we don't care. We're just breaking everything. We don't even know what we're doing. We just break everything. Like, maybe this one was just keeping the entire world alive. And this was something that only the beautiful and the positive forces of the world made. Ah. How? Impossible. Hold on. Okay, so we have to hold this one. We have a thing that up. But how do we... Oh, engines are not instant? Okay. Okay, nice. Let's see. Let's go, 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 let's go. Grab it, grab it, grab it. Okay. Nice. Thank you, JJ. People are having fun. This. Oh! Are you looking at me naked? Holy fuck, you weirdos. What the fuck are you looking at? Oh, disgusting. Oh my god. Ew. Pervs, I'm a kid. Stop. Oh my god. Are we getting banned because of this? It's not. It's not. No. Bro. Oh no. Was I englobed into this shit? No, those were my friends. Channel lost. This is not a dead. This was scripted, I think. Alright? Yeah, this was scripted. Yes, Julia. No, it's not a new game. It has been out for a while. The second one is gonna come out on the 15th. It's the same situation that we had before with the other thing, right? Sure, scripted. Okay, while we watch this, I hope nothing happens because I'm gonna get myself the snack. Be right back. Hold on, am I that blob of things? Let me open the window so I get a bit more oxygen. Oh. The weather is so nice outside. Weather is so good outside. Am I this blob of stuff now? I have to wait more time? Shut up. Wait, I'm trying to... Okay. Trying this thing. I hate it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, this is Oh, I didn't publish the tweet. Wait, let me publish the tweet. I didn't even realize. Apparently I forgot. Okay. Hold on, like, what did I order? What is this thing? Wait, let me check back what this thing has inside, all right? This thing inside has this one has, where is it? It's called Choco Boost. Show it to me. No, show it to me. I was like, oh, this is gonna be so healthy. I'm gonna be such a protein girl. Oh my god. As coconut milk, chocolate proteins, banana, chocolate, and peanut butter. It so doesn't taste... Oh, wow, what a nice blob. Can we also break the wall with these people watching us? Oh, no, we cannot do like the submarine. Shiker alfango. It's horrible. Chat, it's really, really bad. Like, it doesn't taste... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Wait, can I get out? No. Oh, I don't really care about the calories, to be honest. Fuck you, scientist. I am leaving this place. Maybe not. Where are we going? No, it is not Starbucks. It is not. I'm trying to get inside. Oh. Oh. Holy fuck. And we are still a blob? What the heck? Blech. No, 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 no. Open. We're stronger than what you think, bro. Brasky, you better leave. You're dead. Bye. Friends! Get in! Get in, friends! Oh, you don't get in? Oh, can you help me? Can you help us? Help us? Thank you. Push! 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 Yes! Thank you! See you! Oh, oh. Do we destroy more people? No. What were you watching, you weirdo psychopaths? Jump! Jump! Oh, we need to find more people. Okay, let's go find people that can help us out. The blob is kind of disturbing. I love it. Let's find more people. People! Oh, no. Oh, we need a box. Okay, we need a box. We don't need people. Take it. Take the box. Take the box. Like the blob is less useful than the actual people. Hi Astro! Ciao Astro! Ciao my love! How are you Astro? Wait, up! Alright. Oh, they're all watching. They're so scared. You should be. Look what you did. Let me kill more people. I want more people to kill. Come here, you stupid scientist. Never mind, it's taking too long. You all during the pandemic? Oh, you are the boss? Goodbye, boss. That was kind of disturbing. We're also full of blood now, by the way. Come on, push it up. We cannot push it. What are we doing? We cannot. We're going, where are we going? In the water? Can we go in the water, blobs? Insanely inspired. What are we doing? Oh, now we washed. We don't have blood anymore. Where? I don't understand you. Blob, talk to me. Blob, how? We cannot jump. We cannot go up. Is that a red button? Where? Can we take this one? Nothing is a casualty in this game, by the way. That's what I found out. For sure. How are his body parts still moving? Oh, can we use it to push the button up there? Okay. Hold it, hold it, hold it. No, up. Okay, come here. Up. Push it up. Oh, good blob. Fuck you, dogs. Jump on the dogs. Jump on the freaking dogs. I'm gonna freaking destroy you. What the? Oh. Look at that. I love the... Like... When I see the legs, I'm like... They look like... What the... I take the stick. Let's continue with our friend's stick. Come on, did you see it? Like, look at the legs. Look at the legs. They're perfectly there. Go up, Blob. Go up. I'm coming for you, humans. Blob. Oh my god, we're still breaking our... We still have bones? We were not supposed to go down? Oh, you're opening the door for me? Thank you. Open it! Open the door! I'll stay right here. You open the door. Open the door. Yeah, there's gonna be Inside 2 on the 15th of November. Alright, thank you. Appreciate you. Enjoy your rest of your evening. Bye-bye. Say bye to Morris for me. Thank you. Wait, are you trying to push me down that hole? Am I supposed to go there? Are you trying to... I don't understand if you're trying to help me or what. I'm still gonna go. We're losing parts, but it's fine. We're gonna definitely need this box. Let's go. Let's see where we can use this box. Asking to join the blob. Hi. A couple of friends and I. Oh, maybe not like that. A couple of friends of I and I just decide. Oh, that's up there. Push it up there. Can you push it down up? Will you be able to like? No. Oh my god, you're such a bad blob. It's a new game from the same creator, yeah. Ah, okay, understood. No, not side, up, blob. Again. Good job, blob. Oh, keep the box, you never know. Swinging? No. No, Stansky, no, I don't think so. Do we want to kill ourselves? No, take the box. Try to throw the box first. No, don't put yourself there. Oh. What about now? Can we take the box with the fire? I feel so much like a stupid creature. Fire! We are a stupid creature for sure. Okay, we need to turn off the water. Can someone please turn off the water from up there? That will be appreciated. How do we turn off the water? Where? Oh, what? Are you joking? I have to do that? Let's get fire. Okay. We have to throw it? Ready? No. No, hold it. I need you to, no! You're a stupid creature. You are a stupid creature. Up, not straight. Let's go. This is really confusing. Dash content. No, not all of you. Okay. And now we go. No! Yes, we're gonna stay here for a long while. No. Allora. Let's try a couple. No, it will not land on the water because I have to grab it in time. Woo! Grab it! Stupid blob. Again. We almost got it. We understood. We understood the dynamics. And now we got this. Ready? No. Okay. Easy. Good job. Let's go, blob. One more time. Woo! Nice. Good job, blob. Good job, blobby. Look at us with the fire. Nice. I know Chayu did not believe in my skills, but we're doing great. This thing is disgusting, but I know that there's proteins in it, so I'm just gonna pretend to be a cool gym bro and still drinking it. Again, if you are from Verona, I have a group of people. Tomorrow we're gonna be 3. We're gonna be me and other 3 people. We're gonna be going to the gym all together. So if you wanna join us, you are very much welcome. Press that. Press that. Thank you. Okay. Is this a new type of swing? No! Stupid blob. No. Get it. It's such a ridiculous blob to me. Look how ridiculous it is. You help with the garden? No, we're not gonna go for the garden. Can you please do something? Oh, thank you. Why are they helping us though? Why do you think they're helping us? I don't understand. Why are they so... Oh, we have to... Ah, we have to... Oh, we have to trigger it first. How do we trigger you first? No. No. They want to save themselves? But why? Break. No. How do we pull? No. No. Look at that little feet on the bugs. Oh, I'll throw it to the guy. I'll throw it to the guy. Oh, he's also like pointing at me. You're right. You're right. All right. All right. I'm giving it to you. Not sure why you want to help me, but I think... Oh, no! No! Sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. We had problems when we were going to middle school. We were not good at... Never picked first. Sorry. Sorry. No! And yeah, sorry. You moved. Your fault. You moved. It's not my fault. Please stay still. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Is that what you... Oh. Let's go blob it. No! Stupid blob. Sorry, one more time. We were not focused. Okay. And because I look at it, I look to see if it's actually gonna make it. No, give me. Why are they all staring? Oh! It was all a trap! San Martino, no, so... It was a trap all along! This bitch just trapped me! Oh, bitch, I'm gonna do a... You're so dead. You're so dead. I'm coming out. I'm doing a mess. Oh, you are so... I remember everyone's faces. I remember everyone's faces. Oh, are we gonna meet the lady with the long hair? I am kind of easy to cry. White Glade. Tell me, small fishes, where are we going? That way? Following you. Wait, am I not gonna find... Am I always gonna be a blob forever now? By the way, the blob is becoming kind of bluish. Because of the many times that we fell, I guess. Everyone know the way, but you are... Let's break. Oh, back in the forest? Okay. What? The end? End? It's done? Already? It's finished? It's finished? Already? Huh. I did not understand this one. Little Nightmares, I understood it. This one I didn't. Yeah, 2 hours of insight. This is way easier than... But also at the beginning of the game I was outside. This was way easier than Little Nightmares, right? Get all balls with alternate ending? There's an alternate ending? No, I am. It is nice, but I was like, I feel like after Little Nightmares, my brain was like exploded entirely. I never played Limbo. I never played Limbo. Joke's on you, Hattori. This morning I went to the gym. For sure I am weirded out. For sure I'm weirded out. Like... Only 54, by the way. True, only 54. Mods, can you please pay the bets? This was easy. Like, compared to... I don't know. Sniper, yes, we finished Little Nightmares. It is definitely over. It is. We... Good job to everyone who believed in me. I appreciate you for believing in me. You are the best. You are generally the best. It's way harder and it's from the same creators. Oh, really? It's about an hour. You can beat it. No, I'm not gonna beat the speed run. I'm not gonna beat the speed run. There is Floyd that is like knocking on the door, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate you for the pets. What the heck? Like, I liked it, but... I don't know. There's still something missing, I think. Right? I think that there's something missing from this game. Maybe I was way too... I got spoiled by Little Nightmares. But also Little Nightmares felt weird, right? Grace, no, I don't know it. Like, I have in my wish list on Steam. Let me show it to you. Top right. Oh, we're still on the game. Let me... Okay. This is my wish list. Wait, is it gonna show something weird? No. This is my wish list. So I have... Next one that I would like to try is Unravel. And then Limbo. I heard also about Among the Sleep, which is like you are a kid. Yes, Meta, it is done. And then Unpacking. I also heard about Bendy, but I don't like too much the graphic. It's very old also. I don't know. Gris. What are you hiding from us, G? What do you mean, what am I hiding from you? Unpacking is super relaxing. They're all old. They're not old. This one is... Oh, Limbo is 2011. Oh, true. But Unravel is 2020. Oh, 2021. Oh, July. That's fine. If you have others to suggest me, tell me and I'll put them in the wish list so I keep them there. Among Us. Did you see that there is Among Us VR? I'd love to play Among Us VR, but I don't have the VR set up, and I don't have anyone else that has that VR. Life is Strange. Let me add that. Feature Life is Strange. Is it even here? Life. Is it on Steam? Which one? The first one? The first one is for free. Or True Colors. Untitled Goose Game. No, never. You got VR? Nice. I already have one person that I could play it with. The first one. This one? Okay. I'll just put it in a wish list. Well, it is free, so it should be alright. You did not see my birthday? Steve, you're a piece of shit. How did you say? You did not see my... I'm gonna add that to the library. Okay. It did not... Fine. GG.deals, it warns you when prices got lower. But also here, also on Steam, they tell you when the prices get lower. What else do we have? Do you have other games similar? I'm 59, Big Bang. You got confused by the dates. Edit Fitch. This one, is it a good one? Is it a good one? Is it like you have to find out about a mystery? Very good. Okay, I'll put it in, where is, add to wish list. Where is it? Add to wish list, there we go. Here. Heavy Rain. Chad, you have to understand that I've never played video games in my entire life. And it's so nice that now I can do it with you also, and it's so nice. This game is insane. Horror Survivor. No, like I don't like the ones where you have to shoot and blah, 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 all of that. I like the puzzles. I like when there are puzzles. I did Fitch? Okay. Heavy Rain is a bit of a meme? Why? Little moaner, shut up. Gris. Adding to the wish list. Chat, if you want to help me out with a wish list, I have so many. You're welcome, you know. We were here. Can you please move the category to just chatting, please? No, it's not end of the stream. No, I think I'm gonna play a little bit of Valorant. Which one? Ari, which one is it? Series? To get if we're which one? If there were not you, yeah. The bottom one? The free one? That's the first. Oh. I like this one first. Let me add it to the library since it's free. The free one is always the first one. Fair. True. Let's see the graphics. Ooh. Yeah, I like these ones where you have to understand what happened and all. Like, they give me like Monkey Island vibes. Also, those ones, I'd love it. I'd love to do those. Now you have too many to play. We have the entire... I told you, November and December is going to be the day where we're going to be playing more games. Because it's like... It's more of a... like, I had this... Like during November and December, I realized that I'm a little bit more chill. I have a lot of work, but I don't want to put too many goals on myself. I don't want to start new things. So, like, I already have, like, enough things coming up. And I don't want to create new ones. So I have my own job, like, my own things to do. and during the weekends I don't want to be also working on other things, so I want to play, if you don't mind. Don't Starve Together, but it's with other people. Pokemon. This one, We Were Here, it's a co-op game. Wait, wasn't it? Wait, hold on a second. Does any of you watch Kuro Lily? She was playing this game, right, the other day? She was playing this game the other day. If someone watches Kuro Lily, you should know. I was watching her. She was playing this one. Kuro Lily, your goddess? Yes, same. I am going to the Games Week for sure. Her story. Oh, Coffee! Coffee, thank you so much. Thank you for the 11. One more and it's a year.
In fear, we're not stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling
sand. What is this? Oh, this sounds interesting.
Hell less than 3.
Tunic. There's so many games out there. I love that you have such a good knowledge on these. Oh, this is cute. But what do you do in Tunic? Is it like a puzzle game? No, it's an action game. I like puzzle games. I like puzzle games, not the action ones. It's a Zelda-like game. There you go. That's not what I was thinking. Der Kranke College. Oh, I know. I saw people suggesting this when I was asking for puzzles, but I'm just gonna add it to the wish list. Can I wait? How many things do we have in the wish list? We have so many now on the wish list. What are these scores? What are these scores? Oh, I moved them, I think. Anyway, can I... Do you see the wish list like this? I don't know how it works. But that is the one. If you have others that you can... Okay, you can keep that one and you can tell me, we can work together on which ones I should watch next one. Okay, let me do a command. Add game wish games. Wish games. Oh, I'm stupid. I should put something that. And then the link. Without sort order, right? We don't need that. Okay. Okay, so we have it. We have the new command for the playlist. There we go. But I heard about Portal, but I don't know about that one. Okay, thank you. Ari, are you back home or are you still work? Oh, we. Okay. Ari, are you home? I would love Portal. Let me put it there. No. Yeah. You think I would love it? Wait, no. Portal, this one, I guess. Yes, Portal? Ari, are you home or are you still at your job? I don't really like the graphics, but we can add that to the wish list. It's fine. You got home? Ari, do you wanna play? Do you wanna play some Somerville? Somerville. Let me put it here. Oh, Somerville. Okay. Oh, it's free? No, it's not out yet. You see? Yeah, it's coming out on the 15th of November. That's what I was saying before. Okay. Quanti meme sui Wait, why? I'd like it? Stanley Parable. The first one. Okay. I'm coming to Valorant. Nice. Portland speedrun? I would not be doing the speedrun, you know. There's a lot of like... Oh, we still have this game on. How do we get out? Quit. Yes. Superliminal, it's a nice game. Is it a puzzle one? Hey, yo. Okay. Enjoy, Fabri, enjoy. Tanti finali diversi che ti rendono una tassa di prendere. Ok, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for it. Did you hear the sound? Oh, send a parable with the chat? We could do that. Definitely not Valorant with controller. Definitely not. I will trust you on Tonic. I will. On the game, where is it? There is none game. Game capture. Okay. We don't need this one anymore. Okay. You missed the end? Oh, yeah. I was able to end it without... Valorant is available on Mac? For real? Since when? Oh, we still have the dash counter. We don't... we can still have it. We can still have it. Can you just put 0? So we have 0 loss for now? Does it make sense? No, let's remove all of it. Also because I have to go here. Valorant is available on Mac? I didn't know. Alright. Let me come on Discord, Ari. So many messages for all of these. What is this? Alright, nothing. Okay, I'm coming, same call. Alright. Hi, Ari. Oh. Look. Ari, get in the call. Wait, what did I send? Oh, it's something that I don't... What is that? Is it something that you cannot read? Let me read it. Oh, hi. Hi. We're running each other.
Someone kicked me.
What do you mean someone kicked you?
I don't know who. I have my suspicions.
Oh, you have your suspicious? Yeah, same.
It could be 2 people.
Oh, 2 random people. Completely random
Yeah.
people. Yeah. I get it. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm eating
Oh, what are you eating?
a sandwich.
Oh, how was your day? How was work today?
Match
It was
found.
fine.
There's
bit
echo from you. Okay, wait, let me fix.
Exhausting. Am I echoing?
Wait, I think that is my problem.
Death match. Warm up.
No, it is not. But you're not echoing. Do you hear her echoing?
Hello?
Oh. No, she's not echoing. Okay. Good. What? Sorry, you were saying about your day? How was it?
It was okay.
Oh,
It's
only
a bit
okay.
frustrating at times.
How come just okay?
No, it's fine. Just some people, you know.
Oh yeah, I know. What? Don't start with the meow. Zeko is saying hi, by the way.
Hello, Zico.
Get fucked.
Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Oh, ton français c'est bon.
Oui, oui.
Yeah. Better than Zeko beats.
Sure.
Easy. Woo!
Oh my.
Is the only thing you know to say? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Maybe.
Really?
I know how to order.
Oh, you know, what would you be able to order?
Fight.
Wait, I'm nervous now.
What? Why?
No, that's just ordering in a restaurant. French. No.
What are you ordering? Like, what would you... Have you ever been to France?
Yes.
Yeah? What is your favorite dish from France?
I don't know.
You're stressed? Why are you nervous?
I didn't eat much. Like,
What do you
out,
mean you didn't eat
know?
much?
No, out. Like, I didn't go to restaurant.
I mean, I understand that French food is disgusting, but I mean, we can have like...
Wow.
Valorant is not a Mac. You, someone... Poor Kami. She got tricked in thinking that Valorant was a Mac. You have no idea what enemy you just made of yourself.
Dominating.
Oh man, I saw you. You're coming home with me. Ah! Someone want a ban from triggering Kami? Yeah. Oh! I don't deserve to leave.
What's happening?
I whipped so hard on Phoenix like he
Oh.
was standing with his on the It was so not looking at me and still I managed to miss it. Alright. Now I killed him. Oh my goodness.
No.
Don't laugh, Guaro.
No.
Are you Neon?
Yeah.
Oh. Why do you wanna do you wanna sniff Arya? Oh well, you can sniff Arya as a hello. As a way
No,
of saying
thanks.
hi. No sniffs. Why not?
I'm good.
Yeah, okay. Always ask for consent. Also for sniffing. Also for sniffing, you have to ask consent, chat.
Yes.
Consent.
We like consent.
Yeah, consent before everything. No, it's not. It's not too late. It's,
Sorry.
you know, it's not how consent works. It's not like it's too late. It's never too late. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Pathetic.
Ah. Oh, thank you, Kami. Oh my god, this thing that I got, this smoothie, tastes like spinaches. But not the good one, the cooked one. Like raw spinaches.
I like raw spinach.
What? You actually do?
Yeah.
Get fucked. haven't played Valorant, so what is she doing wrong? Is this wrong by shooting the gun single time? Oh no, this is like a different gun. It's not like an attack rifle. It's a single shoot weapon, and I use it like when training because it helps me to be like to practice my aim more than my killing, you know. Freaking Phoenix always running away from me. Yeah, I'm playing with Ari. Can you please add to the title also duo Q, please? Ah,
10 kills
thank you,
remaining.
Kami. Revenge. Thank you. I finally killed Phoenix. Let's go.
Enough.
Oh, Croucher.
Yeah. You crouch too.
Yes, but after a while. Oh.
Bridge killed.
Oh my gosh.
Bridge killed.
Woo! 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 No! I'm getting skill from many times, different places. What is?
There's
I'm in a sandwich.
5 kills
What
remaining.
did you understand? Oh. Ah! Good job. My god. Ah, that's a very bad place to be. Ariel's revenge, yeah.
Finished. One kill remaining.
Oh, I don't want to be the last one. Okay, I was not the last one.
nice.
Nice. Who gets more kill? Oh, did you do that? Oh, we have the same.
Yeah.
Kami, sorry. Bad prediction. Kami. Good one, Kami.
Wait.
Warmed up?
Yep.
Go. Oh, okay. Are you angry?
Yes.
Okay.
Match found.
How are the volumes, chat? Are they okay? You cannot sniff Adia. You have to ask Adia if she wants to, but she doesn't want to. Oh, Fracture, we just practiced here. Hi, team.
Hello.
Hi team.
Can anyone play smokes?
If no one can, I can.
I can play Brim.
I can play Sage, Sova, Fade.
If I can, I would rather play Sage on this map. But if needed, I can go smokes.
Okay, you can go smokes and I can play Sage.
Rod, can you go smokes?
I can go smokes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank
Do
you.
you prefer Fade or Sova? Or
Who?
Chamber?
Fade will be perfect.
Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
Yeah, actually.
Can he pick smokes or?
Brim is okay. Nice. Lane 13? What do you mean lane 13? What is... Oh, dodge.
Oh.
What is lane 13?
Match found.
What is lane 13, Meta?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello. You will trust us today, all right, Jake? All right, all right. Let's go. We didn't even check how many RRs we need to get up.
Arars.
RRs. Just remember me.
I think I need 60 something.
Oh yeah, we were saying like
59.
yeah, something like that. I won't say anything today. I want to keep my mod position. No, it's fine. You can bet against us, but you cannot be coming being like, "Oh, you suck. You're gonna lose this one." What the fuck is that? Okay, Ashki. Thank you. Kita, can you go duelist? Oh, thank you.
I am both shield and sword.
Looks good.
Thank you for putting the money on us. So many are trusting you, Ari.
Are they?
Yeah.
I will defend
see the
all
opposite.
with my power and with my life.
No, 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 no.
No, of course
No,
not.
no, no, no. Oh. Is today Friday?
Yeah.
Okay. Tomorrow we go gym. Did you went to the gym yesterday? No, today?
No.
No, because you went to work.
I'm not going today.
Okay. That's fine. Are you going tomorrow?
Not sure because it's open like in the morning only, and I'm
What do you
busy
mean
in
it's
the
open?
morning.
It's open only in the morning?
Yeah, on Saturday.
Oh, on Saturdays. Okay, I thought it was always.
Having their vision. Enemy spotted A.
Yeah.
Wall raised. Spike drop. Here.
Go plant down, Sage, please.
Here.
Heaven.
For you.
Right here. Reloading. 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 Multiple enemies A.
Last player standing.
Am I play time?
190.
No. Never mind. Thank you, Guar. Oh, I didn't even pause the music.
Let them try to get through me.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Let's go B in the way.
Saving.
Who is coming? What do you mean who is coming?
Reloading.
Oh, if you're talking who's coming, like a party is coming.
There.
Holy smoke!
Let's rotate. Let's get away.
Here.
One mid. We could do a fake rotation. Just hide.
Sage back to B.
Wanna still market?
Good attempt.
Yeah,
30
watch both
seconds
house.
left.
Here. Light planted.
Caution here.
Oh, I didn't hear them in the market.
Right here.
Dummy.
Last player standing.
Ah, nice
damn.
try. My first safe round, it was good. First
Yeah.
safe round was good. Brayston plays with no sound. Fine. What do you mean you put money on the wrong side? Shut up. Wait
two
for it.
rounds.
Wait for it.
Respect their elders.
You'll see. Do you think they check mid?
What?
I haven't seen them checking mid. Never mind. Okay, nothing. Sorry for. No. Just, it's fine. Let me take orb. Oh, let me take orb. All right, you take it.
Excuse me.
That's fine.
Spike dropped.
Got the spike.
Healing you.
People.
Is there gonna be flankers?
Caution here.
You fought well.
Ooh, look at me battle saging.
Right here.
One's on side, I think.
Are they both gotten?
I haven't.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Good one. Oh!
Ah, well done, guys.
Pasto.
No other option. Let's go.
Pasto, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome in. How are y'all doing? What were y'all doing? I can ditch you, but I have to charge. Do you wanna go through mid?
You better hide, old man.
Yeah, you see there is. Oh.
Target sighted mid.
Let me try to do. I don't think that I need that. No. One is up.
Still inside.
Oh, there's 2-3.
Your duty is not
Thank you.
Let's rotate.
for you. Reload.
Let's go B market.
Here.
Launching smoke. Caution here.
Spike dropped.
I have the spike.
Barrier created.
And an easy possession.
Ah, play that, guys.
Here.
Oh,
Nice. It's okay.
no, I should have got at least 2. Hi, Christian. Easy! Easy, thank you so much for the prime. Easy, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Okay, now I cannot unseen it. When I do this dance with the hoodie, with the big one, I feel like Paul from TikTok. I don't know if you know him. The cringiest person ever. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Good job!
The symphony of death.
Can someone get this?
Used to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, I like his
What do
voice.
you need?
Who is it?
Keo.
Keo.
Keo, where are you from?
Germany.
Even need a drop.
Okay. Okay. But the problem here with Valorant, like they're definitely like 20. I've got one in
Nice
check.
job.
No!
Barrier created.
Oh! I fucked up my E.
Good job, Reyna.
Oh. Oh!
Smoke's down.
A lot of flankers.
One enemy remaining.
German is not that far. Exactly. What do you mean you trust a random German more than me?
I fucking can't. Oh my god.
Running.
Good job, guys.
Good one.
Attack when they're suppressed. Adapt their options, they make mistakes.
That's 5v4.
The quality is not excellent, most probably because like
But don't get too confident.
No.
you have to tell me whenever you see it a little bit laggy, you have to write lag. It gets to be laggy when I play Valorant. I think that it's because of the quality that I'm using. Let me fix it. Oh.
My ult's ready.
It's already like that.
Prepare for hellfire.
Get away, get away, get away! My babies!
Go on, right now, please. Like fucking Julius.
Bruh.
What rush? What?
Go on, no.
Rotate.
Enemy down.
Reloading. One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
The Jet crying, by the way, and it's bottom fragging, and it's giving you the fault for what?
Okay.
Kita, no, I think that you're kind of wrong. They're not pushing
Shouldn't have rushed
smokes.
there.
Fucking Julius, not right.
That's not my fault if you rush there. Also, you need to communicate.
Wow, eyes, no.
What? Bro.
I don't know.
I swear, angry.
Was it
Mute them
Reyna?
if you want.
The broke window?
I don't know. It must be Reyna. Yeah.
Hey, good
Mute
job.
them if you want. I can just tell you what is happening.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Oh! Wait, was I? Kristen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate you. Ari, was I muted?
Yeah.
Oh, I was telling you to mute them if you wanted to. That I could have
Oh,
just.
it's okay. It's okay.
Sorry, I was actually saying they're
no.
stupid.
No, yeah, I know. Like,
Look
you
at
shouldn't have
this.
rushed there. And he died because of the cypher creep.
You want to play? Let's play.
Like, I died like the first round. Like,
Kristen, I
happens.
appreciate you for that. Go Jet. What?
Healing.
Can you close door?
Yeah. Wait. Can you plant? Wait, I'll plant.
Oh my god.
Light planted.
Do you have heal?
Already give it to you.
Okay.
Wall ray, go.
One heaven.
Maybe play opens. Right.
I guess they don't want to.
Here.
Oops.
Enemies.
Oh my god.
Holy
Has an
fuck.
Odin.
Playtime.
Enemy removed.
Last
Ah.
player standing.
Where did she come from?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice try. Where did she come from?
Let's try. I don't know.
Steam element is down.
I'm so close.
Want to die now.
Together.
Just the
We
only
will
certification
bury
that I have
them
in
under
English
their
is like a C1, but because I never did anyone else, I don't know where I would be now. She came from Maine? It doesn't like, I don't think that she came from my same door.
No way.
Did Grim let her pass?
I think she went from
Flank? No?
what's it called? From
There.
tree.
But I was there. I was holding that.
Oh.
Here.
Yeah, not sure.
Oh, not that fucking
Let's
shit.
let's go away. Let's go away. Don't push smoke. Jack, can you please not smoke the entry?
To disappoint me.
Ah, okay.
Here.
Oh,
Right here. Right here.
Behind us, KO.
Reloading.
Oh, I just looked on the map.
Opponent.
I know exactly where you are.
pretend to go away. Pretend to go away.
One is Why you
One is mid, one is on B.
What do you mean by pretend? You did a shitty smoke.
Because two were on site already.
Oh my god.
Cypher and Prince. Yeah.
Barrier created.
Spike planted.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Was it on site, right?
Not sure.
Fuck. I
okay.
my... Oh my god.
Nice, good job. Oh my god.
Train.
The Odin.
Sage, healer.
Jet, can you please not smoke the entry anymore? Otherwise we cannot entry.
Bro.
Like you can, but then we are stuck behind.
That's why I'm scared to entry.
Yeah.
He needs to smoke like further in, not like right in the entry.
I wanna kick these kids. I wanna kick
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
Nice.
Jet,
is
are you
this?
joking? You're trolling? Bro, that's why you're bottom fragging.
Yeah, you're training.
Oh, you're crying. Oh.
Ah, come on, guys.
Let's just play.
He's actually trolling.
Feeling sight.
Oh my god.
Enemy spotted me.
Chamber is main.
Fully smoked.
You will not kill my
Oh my god.
Spike down A.
I'm reporting Jet just for the sake of reporting them. Reporter.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
You did it C1 Cambridge. No, I did it IELTS. IELTS.
Stay in range of my stim beacon.
I'm not mean to my teammates. I'm not being mean. They are being mean. What the
I'm
fuck?
finally hard to not be mean.
Jet, I can buy for you. Jet, let me buy you.
Need a drop.
Okay. You are welcome, piece of shit. Got you. I feel bad because now he said, let me take orb. Oh. Oh, no. I just want my ulti. I just want my ulti.
But do you feel sick?
Nice.
Oh, thank you.
You wanna rotate? Or actually, no, Jet
I'm
has
not saying we should.
Fully smoked.
No, Jet
Wait.
has Captain.
The molly.
Stim beacon down.
Oh, there's one more heaven.
Spike.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, good job.
Plant the spike.
Can you
Oh, I have it.
Reloading.
Coming.
Right here.
Light plant.
Right here.
Flawless.
That was not
Good
constructive
round,
song.
Jen. I'm proud of you.
No, you're gonna make him cry.
Ready.
Kami server muted me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because I was server muted. And who else would do that?
Oh, okay.
Wait, it was sick.
What?
I just saw the chat. I'm being bullied.
Can you please not mute Arya, please? I need her to give me like infos and stuff.
Caution here.
Cutting their vision. Blind.
Launching smoke.
Oh, behind,
what?
behind. Yeah, I can revive you, it's fine.
For you.
Okay.
Reloading.
Oh, wait, I can put the wall here and then I put the wall. Move Jet, I'm walling. Alright, Jet, thank you for being here. "20 seconds for heal."
Last
Oh.
player standing.
0?
Oh,
How
God,
did I
sorry.
get 0 to
Okay.
seconds? Wait, maybe we have it.
They have Odins.
No. Please, no. Okay, I have to put the wall a little bit more.
Okay, if you do it like
little-
correctly, it
yeah.
will work.
Next time
okay,
I'll do
a
it.
nice
Next time I'll
try.
do it right.
That was the
Sorry, I did the
practice
wrong wall.
round.
Let's go win.
Yes.
Last round before the switch.
Where is the chat from?
Back heavy.
Jet, where are you from? I have an idea.
Same.
Jet, where are you from?
Sorry for my troll, but I'm chill. Excuse me.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No worries.
It's
No
okay.
worries. No worries.
No worries.
I'm French.
Oh.
And you?
Italian.
I'm from Greece. Oh my god.
Still in sight. Still in sight.
Jet, you can take out. Okay, I'm gonna plant it right. Wait.
Reloading. Light planted.
Okay, and this one here.
Wall raised.
They can still get to it. Fuck.
Next time.
I fucked up.
Heaven.
Oh, Odin Evan. What the fuck?
Stay down.
Hi, Saw. Hello. I'm not making fun of people's accent. We're not making fun of people's accent just because we have Zeko. You know, we have
Good
to make
job.
fun of
Well
him.
done.
Can they get to it?
Good job, team. Yep, I fucked it
Oh
up
yeah, they
again.
can.
Switching sides.
It's fine.
Of course.
Oh, you see? I like this KO. It's nice. I'm not gonna go for my magic wall. I'm doing it later.
Your
I need
magic
that.
wall.
Yes, I have a magic wall. I just need like
Magic wall.
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
just
knife first.
okay. Should I not wall?
Wait,
I
wait
Wait
for the knife.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Spike down B.
Hey, good job.
To be again.
Rotating.
Rotate maybe.
Here.
Oh, we waved us so
Spike
much.
down B.
You're waiting for the
Oh,
gold.
he's in there.
Last
Behind
player standing.
behind the box. Oh my god.
I'm simping. I'm not simping.
The rats are out.
Oh, you heard it. Stupid. Why did they spray on A? What did they?
Spike planted.
Long and garden, right?
I want
You
to
have
help
to-
him out.
Have to try.
Oh. The big brain play.
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
it must be on the spike. No, where along?
No, along. I mean,
Do
main.
you have another smoke?
Oh,
What the? Oh, good one.
Fucking love you, man.
good job.
Nice try, kid.
Oh, they're nice. Good job.
Yeah. Even the Jet apologized.
That's the point.
You know, you need to give people second chances.
You're right. You're right.
We're starting to panic. I can feel their.
I feel like maybe with this game you get very frustrated and then you like it takes so much courage I
Yeah.
think to just say oh never mind.
Yeah,
sorry.
true. I respect it.
Same.
You know, maybe he's been losing a lot. He's
Yeah,
having a
maybe.
bad day.
Yeah, maybe he has been having like very bad other dualism.
Yeah, but
Mix.
the important thing is he realized. And he
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
excuse me, what?
Look at us being oh yes. yes. Steps on A. Look at the magic wall.
Fully.
Nice. Oh my god.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh. Ooh la la. Oui, oui.
Okay, damage on 7.
Parlez-vous français? Comment ça va?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Might be rotating. I think they're rotating.
One mid, chamber mid.
Weapon
Chamber
here.
is yeah, on left. Right here. Okay, okay. Oh my.
Spike down mid.
Oh la la.
Brim, I could heal.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my god. GG.
Can't use this yet.
Never mind, I cannot heal.
GG.
Nice.
Got one.
Oh, they force.
Wow, Jose.
Mature adults playing Valorant. Yes. yes. We're so good. We're so good. So good.
No charges.
Oh.
We got this, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Easy.
I believe in us.
I'll do again
Same.
my magic wall because they
Your
didn't see
magic
it.
wall?
Yeah, they haven't seen it.
Why did
yet.
you turn southern for a second?
What?
Your magic wall.
My magic wall. Oh,
Oh,
no one there?
They're pushing.
They're rotating, I think. No? Rotating. Oh. I could have waited. Why did I push so much? Magic. 13
Understand.
meta.
I'm
13.
gonna watch out.
That's what was it, Meta. You were saying about the lane with the car. It's 13, 1-3.
Shutting them down.
I swear.
One enemy remaining.
Yes.
Oh
well
my
done,
god!
good
Oh,
job.
GG, GG.
Let me see.
Nice.
Let me see if I can fix
Good
the.
ass.
Good job, Brim.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
Need a drop.
Let's see.
Gun here.
What can you say in French?
Je
Do you
peux dire
speak French
que ce que
for
tu
this
veux.
guy? I
mec.
don't know anything.
Tu que tu veux, je peux dire en français, mec.
Ah oui, d'accord.
Ah ouais, d'accord, d'accord.
Quand même,
Ah ouais.
Your French is awesome.
Merci.
This guy's so nice.
Suppress it.
We can.
Pushing B.
1-3. They're rotating.
Nice. Wow.
exactly where you
My bad.
Do not resist.
One enemy remaining.
Easy.
Let's go watch
Just
Arya
fine.
point of view. Arya with Odin?
Yeah, I just picked it up. They bought Odins. I didn't buy this shit.
You didn't buy?
No. I had my spectre.
Ah.
But if they're cranes, I'm cranes.
Last player
Oh, you
standing.
got it.
Woo! No! What? Oh wow. Yeah, I hate the Odin. This is not my god.
Look at me.
What the?
I
He
know
just
that
one
I
tapped
am
me.
by your side.
My bad.
Why is my Valorant game so
No
cozy?
need to lie.
Like, this Valorant game is cozy because there's coming. There's Arya.
What?
I was saying that this Valorant game is cozy because there is you.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Stop it.
Plus, stop.
You're gonna say anything.
No! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, KO.
That was close.
Yeah,
Please.
sorry, I got scared.
Want to play?
I know.
Let's play.
I am. This is my magic wall, KO. Just keep me inside where they are, and then I kill them.
What? Are they pushing?
Yeah.
They broke the wall.
Nice to smoke.
But I think that we have smoke, so we are not. They're not pushing. They're rotating.
Nice.
Spike down mid.
Kill my ally.
No, don't die. I'm gonna flank them. Woo! Never mind. I'm running. 28 for healing.
They're contained. Screams.
Spike down A.
How is the quality, chat? Is it a little
30
bit better?
seconds left.
Is it a little bit better, the quality?
84. 84 on the stage.
I didn't know he was there.
They're
It's okay.
stuck.
Oh, fucking Odin, 105. He's 2 shot.
It's not good?
Titan.
10 seconds left.
They're planting now.
Spike planted. One
I
enemy
have no
remaining.
idea what most of these things are.
Last player standing.
Hey T.
You got this. Yeah.
It's just better. Just better. Oh, let's go. Wait, let me... I cannot edit any... Oh, I should remember before starting gaming. Wait. Oh, Nela.
What did you say?
Let's ruin their day.
How are they gonna... Oh,
Can
why
someone get this?
You hear nothing, okay?
Come
What?
by you.
What did you say?
Request a gun, Julia.
Oh, can I?
What the
Yeah.
name of
Can
Rina?
someone get this?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah?
No.
What?
And
Insane.
while I can
Last
edit
one.
Discord. Tomorrow English lesson? I didn't remember
Yeah,
signing
fully.
up for something like
Yeah,
that.
Launching smoke.
It's not tomorrow.
Launching smoke.
I'm gonna flank them from the flank.
Me. On me.
Oh!
Overtake.
I should stop pushing so much when I do the flank and I wait there. You know?
Yeah, you should get one and leave.
Yeah, I should have like a way to
Oh.
like leave after. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah. My
die.
bad, my bad.
Attacker spawn.
Hi, Sushi. Hello. It's Sunday, by the way. The talking in English, Army.
Last player standing.
Disable bottom option. Okay. Like bottom three options. This one's Bloom. This one's. No, still laggy. But it's because I didn't. Oh, it's not Ari. I didn't turn on
30
the
seconds
FPS
left.
stuff for the stream because I didn't think about it because I'm dumb.
You didn't think about what?
Oh no, no, nothing for the.
Unlike you.
There's a little bit of lagginess.
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you fragile humans. I'm saving.
I need to save too.
Saving.
They don't have money either.
Let's try not to push so much.
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I pushed too.
Should I wall? That's sometimes okay.
Save your wall maybe for
Yeah.
diffuse. Unless you need it, of course.
Oh, we need it
fully,
here.
fully.
I'm not making it. It's not gonna be a magic wall, just a wall.
Magic wall.
I'm gonna go flanky.
All is it.
Oh gosh.
Not checking corners.
He's in the corner. Oh my god.
No, don't die. I'm coming.
That's-
Oh,
Spike
They have
planted.
Odins, they have just a little.
coming back. I'm coming back to heal you. Coming back to heal. Fuck. Coming back to heal.
Last player
Oh
standing.
no!
Yeah.
I could revive, but I don't think that it's worth it.
No, I don't
now.
think you should. We don't have guns.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's fine. We got this.
Stay alive.
Yeah.
I want their life, not yours.
But it wasn't off. It wasn't on before. Then I changed it. Multi-threaded. They should give like an explanation on what the settings are. If it's a bandwidth issue, I don't know. I don't even know. I think that it's it says that it's an encoding issue, so it's a problem like my computer not being strong enough. You know. Oh.
What? Oh.
No
my
magic wall.
God.
Oh, come on.
Magic wall on. Fuck.
Cypher one shot.
Oh, you almost killed me. Oh. No more magic wall.
Enemy down.
Oh, no.
They're rotating, I think.
Nice.
Can someone check mid? I can revive you, KO.
No
Be
need.
careful. Hey, you
Two
should, I
maybe
think.
copy, two stay.
Your duty is not over.
Thank you.
Thanks for the reboot.
I got you.
Reloading.
Oh,
Are they B?
I don't hear anything yet.
Oh, they're still A,
Oh.
still A.
Don't push, please.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
30
Behind the
seconds
box,
left.
it was also there.
Nice.
Good job.
Let's go. Best res ever.
Oh yeah.
Did my computer go to the gym?
They're fighting to the end. Typical and pointless.
Can someone get this?
Jetty.
Excuse-moi,
Can you please buy?
can you buy Sage?
Est-ce que tu peux acheter pour moi la weapon?
Thank you.
Merci.
Weapon in French.
Ouais, arme, l'arme.
Arme, l'arme.
Arme.
M-E.
Arme.
L'arme.
So much.
So much French.
They haven't done mid. There we go.
Yeah. Oh. There
I'm gonna go a sneaky wall. Hehehe.
Try not to push.
Oh,
Oh, there's one. Oh. 3.
I know
Timber was
planting A.
Smoke's down.
Spike planted.
Okay, chill,
Oh my god.
chill.
What is that?
Healing.
Oh, he's reloading now. Best moment to go. He's reloading.
on the door.
That's fucking disgusting.
Knife them.
What is happening?
They have too many Odins. How do they still have Odins?
Why are they all so cranes?
Oh.
It's usually one person that is cranes.
Shall we all go Odin?
I don't. I'm not. I refuse. Oh mon dieu.
Mercredi, c'est incroyable.
I learned something.
Not, I mean, not flexing. Oh, maybe now I can do them. Maybe I can do again the. I can do again the magic wall. Let's see. I'm a wall. Okay. Don't suicide.
Together.
They're taking away the fun. Why?
Suppress it.
Wall raised.
Should be here.
Throwing charge.
Wait to put throw.
I'm not watching main.
There we go.
Enemy
Stay
spotted.
back, stay back. Careful.
Reloading.
Thanks, Sage.
Got you.
Launching smoke.
Someone check B. I'm going with it right now. Oof. 25 to heal.
I have a heal.
Oh.
First spike in the smoke.
The brim's still on my trap.
Cutting their vision.
We have Spike here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Spike down B.
Should be mid. Yeah, he dropped down.
Juiz.
Flawless.
GG.
Ah, GG guys, well
Defenders
played.
win.
GG.
Yeah, good luck for next game.
You too.
Bien joué.
To you too. Nice. Nice. Good job, buddy. Good job.
You too. You did great.
Oh, thank you. I am missing 30. 30.
Oh, I still have.
30. 30 is not much. Wanna go one more?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you play talk with chat while I get myself water. Be right back. Hehe.
Oh.
But tell them something. Tell them, I don't know, what happened today. If you're excited about tomorrow. Go. Chat,
yes,
chat, ask her
I
questions.
don't even.
Chat, ask her questions. Go.
My day was okay. A bit frustrating, but it's fine. No problem, Kolpa. Wait, what are we cooking? I'm still confused. I need to go grocery shopping tomorrow morning. So that's useful to know. Only Kamis? Okay, I'm still confused. You're not helping. Okay, that's fine. But we need to make a tzatziki too, not just the other one. The tzatziki is important. Who here has had tzatziki? The sauce is important, please. Bye, Nathan. There's one click here. That's not true.
How are you?
Good.
How was the conversation with chat?
Great. Very productive.
Productive? Okay.
So wait, are we making mine or Kami's?
Kami's. Papazarayaj papaspa.
Okay, why did Jafar put both in the announcement?
I don't know.
I'm confused. I need to know what to buy.
We
tomorrow.
decided to scam the wheel. Who decided to scam the wheel? Like, how am I supposed to know? Read this. Yeah, excuse me. Wait, let me read. What did he... What am I supposed to wear? We're going to suffer. I won't win that dish is hard. Why did you just suggest it then? It was the easiest one. Wait, do you want to do both? You want to do alias instead?
But we need the tzatziki. Not without the tzatziki.
Oh, we can do both. No,
haven't read the recipe for
me
Kami,
neither.
so not
Oh,
sure.
Kami's one has no, not both. Okay, not both. We can just go for the.
Bye, Nathan. Why did you want to do mine instead of Kami's?
Needed. Bye.
Didn't Kami's win?
Just do Arya's one with the sauce thing with the tzatziki. Okay, we can do the Arya's one with the
Honestly, I'm just
tzatziki.
pushing it because I want tzatziki.
I really like tzatziki.
I love tzatziki.
Everyone is scared of Kami's one. Fair. Wait, let's see if they. Hello,
curious.
team.
Hello.
Please be all nice. Say something.
Say
Anyone else has mic?
something.
It's gonna be a sad game, Arya. I don't
Yeah.
wanna tell you. This is gonna be a sad
Fine,
one.
we are the entertainment for ourselves.
But it's not like we are the entertainment. It's about like, comms.
Yeah, I know.
We should have like an emote that does like to the mic.
I had to open the stream to see you.
Sorry. You want me to do it again?
Someone moved me. Another call.
Stop.
With fire, if I must.
I'm getting bullied again.
Mic check? Oh, there is an emote that is called mic check. It's lagging so much.
Reloading.
Okay, just checking metal.
Reloading.
See you in the future, Lorenzo. Steps on B. How the fuck?
Neon is on side. Oh my god. I hate it here.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Oh no.
Okay, penguin.
Okay. Not gonna lie, I saw her kill.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Okay, I don't care if they don't talk. I don't care if they have no mic.
What?
I don't care.
Just witness.
I need to fix the video though. I really don't care.
Jet, you were the wind. So powerful. Well done.
What did you say?
That I don't care if they...
Oh, they don't talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that neon, I was like, oh my god, that neon is so good. And then I just did the nace, so now I feel better.
Yeah. No predictions? Oh! Steps again.
Excusez-moi. Oh dear.
Might be rotating.
For you.
You can live without your gambling. Still trying B. Bro.
Nice.
Woo!
From arcade.
Arcade. I have 6. I'm dead.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Window. Fuck, I'm the one that will find them because they kill me.
Up that spike, don't push.
30 seconds left.
Amari is limited. Here my mods have way more power.
Because we were
You know?
focused.
Oh, by the way, we were saying like maybe we need someone for tomorrow's stream since like all the mods are gonna be in the cooking off.
Yeah.
If a couple of people know that they're gonna already be there, maybe I can give them
Do you want a brief
temporarily
explanation of what an
mod.
acorn is? In a nutshell, it's an oak tree.
Okay.
Who are the people though?
Ace 1B? What do you mean? Yeah, but
It's just one person, we're not sure.
oh, I didn't stop the music. Am I stupid?
So I hear someone. Careful, Julia.
Okay, someone.
I thought I heard someone, but I'm not sure. I think I'm hearing things.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm delusional.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, it happens. Nice shot. Planting.
Spike planted.
Wait, I'm waiting for the smoke.
I hit it here. I'm stunned.
Do you think that they can see me?
One
Nope.
enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Barrier created.
Pushing you?
Oh!
Oh my god.
I didn't put the right wall.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it.
Yeah, and she also is running in rank. What the hell?
I hate this. Are we saving?
I'm buying, but I'll save with everyone.
Thank you for being so generous.
But the Kyoto is not saving. Can we save?
Shall we all save together? Okay, no.
No charges left.
Nice.
Spike down A.
Bro. I'm leaving.
Oh, I missed.
Should we push them? Chim?
No,
Oh.
I'm going back.
Barrier created.
Oh, where?
Spike down A.
How did she
One
get
enemy
there?
remaining.
I was aiming.
And my walls are being so bad.
Nice.
Are up. Good job. Oh my god, I'm okay. I'm focused.
Our team is so good.
Stress if I die.
Okay.
It's great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive.
Low.
Reloading.
We got this. We got this.
I'm vibing with this chamber.
We got this. What's up with his spring? Oh shit.
Wall raised.
I'm on smoke and B.
Arcade.
Placing sentry. Blocking sight.
More arcade.
One is gonna go up window. One is coming to you, Eddie.
Okay.
Blocking sight.
They're not.
Underground.
Here. Here.
Oh! My fucking god. Every time that we have these issues, I'm just gonna go ahead and try to find a way to have less
I'm
lag.
still here.
Enemy down.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
I think that the only
Spike
way
planted.
for me to avoid to remove the
Stim beacon down.
to remove the lag would be to like close the screen,
Kitty beat somewhere, I think.
downscale, and then. Oh, good one, Arya. Good job.
Thank you.
I know that you need a word, so you're doing so
Yeah.
good. You're doing so well.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Stop.
god.
No, don't stop.
They are no match, though I cannot say I'm so.
I was about to say something inappropriate.
Oh.
But you're streaming.
Oh, well, I mean, you can say it.
No, no.
You sure?
Yeah. It's not that bad, but it's okay.
Oh, I did something. Okay. Oh, can you actually?
Can someone get this? Thank
I
you.
did take
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Sure, I didn't notice.
That's fine. Arya is indeed precious.
Oh.
Spike
Nice.
down A.
I'm just gonna wait for them here if they rotate. They're rotating. They're going B.
No, they're not.
I have one here.
Neon is here.
Last player standing.
Oh fuck.
I missed.
Well, never mind. Why did I hear it here?
Spike planted.
Oh, my
What
crush.
a day.
Nice. I need to stop flanking. I don't have the capabilities to do flanks. I should stop. Are you going? Oh, then. Oh, okay. That's not you.
Never.
Okay. The crouch of death. Yeah. A single mile or sweet. I don't even deserve this song.
True. Maybe this round.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Okay, I have a group on Discord with people that I'm going to the gym with. Alright, they're from the community. And they just sent a picture of pancakes with cheddar and bacon. You piece of shit.
Off your feet!
Tower?
Here.
Neon tower.
I knew it. You son of a bitch.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
my god.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
Can you please write hack in chat? Why everyone's always like, you know my exact location, bro? I was looking at window. You appeared.
Was it yesterday that someone said, "Wow, how did you see me?" And he was showing like not just his gun, like all of everything.
That's like, I don't have like 30 kills. I have like 4. Like, bro, if I had hacks, wouldn't I be using them better? I swear. Hack, back, lack, mac. Oh, now I want Big Mac. Fuck.
Oh,
Steps on B. Steps on my eyes.
I'm blind.
Check arcade.
Go away. One is detained.
I knew it.
Placing alarm bot.
Down.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah.
Reloading. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade.
Spike
Nice.
planted.
Bloody day.
Launching smoke.
Healing.
They found my trap.
Oh no.
Reviving you.
One sand. Can you revive Jet?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know.
Your duty is not over.
Need my time.
oh,
Last player standing.
save.
A disaster.
My smokes can block the
Well,
enemy
you can.
line of sight.
No, it's not gonna become a Valorant chat. A Valorant chat is gonna be nice. Like we can just be like, "Auntie, good job, nice try." You can do all of those. I'll
Are
be very
we
happy.
forcing?
I'm saving.
No, we're not.
Save.
Yeah, shall we save all together?
Honestly, Chamber last time didn't stay with us and he won us the round with the Guardian, so I won't say anything.
Omen smoke some B.
It's coming smoke.
Barrier created.
Might be nice to push. Oh, A.
Wait.
We're pushing A.
Enemy spotted A.
Healing you.
Thank you.
Spike
We're
planted.
smoked.
I don't think so.
Oh,
No.
adesso
Hi.
ASMR.
Not so fast. Blah blah blah. That's
Holy. Nice try.
Nice touch.
You
Who's
guys
doing
doing
that?
I killed you.
Let's go.
Muting.
I got things to do.
I'm
mean-
muting.
I mean, he's annoying and not giving comms. Like,
And
what?
has 1 kill.
I don't care about the kills, but they don't give comms.
Sorry,
and
chat,
they
you're
just
right.
say annoying things. So.
Sorry, chat, you're right. I'm gonna enter into pro player mode. You're right. I'm not doing you right.
Watch and learn.
It's not much to be repeating like the same way. We are OB.
Yeah, I'm going in.
Of course, they're A. Are they on site?
Yeah, I think so.
Spike planted.
Okay. 117. Why didn't I remove the...
Where? Is he drop?
Yeah, one is drop,
Yeah.
but you can shoot through the smoke.
I'm scared.
Taken down.
Oh, nice try.
Side and drop. Anti. Yeah, she'll
I
have
don't
the
know,
other
you're
one.
right, you're right. I kept walking with the knife, that was bad, that was bad of me.
How's that for a plan?
That was not very much pro of me. Saving
Martin
again?
not being a pro. Yeah. I don't know why I keep buying the sheriff. My aim is terrible.
You got this.
We can overcome them.
We can overcome them.
Smoke's back on A. B, sorry.
Wall raised.
I
Yeah,
divided
you
them.
apologize.
One on site.
Nice. Good job.
No, no, no! How did you... Ah, he teleported that fish.
That fish. You crossed! You didn't cross. I'm so upset. I'm so upset.
It's fine, it's fine. This was a safe round. Nice safe round.
Last round
Yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
half.
We cannot keep our
Plus-
goods after this. Spend all.
No, I was going to say something but it doesn't make sense. I was saying, we only have one duelist, it's normal. No?
But
No.
the thing is, the Jet
I
is
can hold
pushing
A.
every round and dies, so he's good, but
13 Catford, yeah. I'm just gonna do a tricky wall.
Hi! I'm pissed! Wall raised.
Yeah, be pissed. Okay. They're coming A.
Here.
Yeah.
can you heal me?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Off your feet!
Enemy B.
Oh, I feel like a polpetta.
Spike planted.
Face your fear! Eliminate.
Last player standing.
As a operator.
Oh, there's a fucking smoke. Eh.
Yeah.
Smoke, go away. Go away. Oh my goodness. Show your freaking head.
One enemy remaining.
Three down.
No more operator at least.
It's last round.
Ah! Never mind. At least I did not die. Such.
Switching sides.
Let us
Ah!
see for us this time.
It's okay, we're better on attack.
Are we?
Yes. Just have
I was
to
not
lie to yourself.
saving. So I was not saving. It's like I couldn't get to the spike anyway. I was not saving.
Reloading. Reloading.
Ah! You see, if we had someone in team to say, "Oh, we got this! Oh my God, we're so good."
I know, right?
Don't overthink it. That's my job. Reloading.
Stim beacon here.
Enemy B.
Enemy spotted. Be healing.
I'm a good shot.
They're still pushing like I'm stuck.
Me too.
I'm stuck.
Me too. Let's go.
Blocking sight.
Shall we rotate?
Rotate, rotate.
Okay, just wait, rotating. Not scared of shit. Let's go. Let's go. There's someone window. Let me give you the spike.
Spike drop.
Launching smoke.
Barrier created.
Shut up, Zeko. Zeko is DMing me.
Oh, you too?
Yeah. Basic Zeko.
Yeah.
Chamba can heal.
Healing you.
Enemy defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Ace.
Drop.
Drop.
I was so not expecting drop.
Nice.
Hi Granone, hello. Am I winning?
It seems those want me back. Eh bien, they're not the first.
How are you doing? Arya is winning for me, yes. Wait, hold on, no, wait. Oh, we're getting carried by Chamber, by the way. Arya is not a streamer yet.
Who will I spot first?
But she will soon be. What?
Beacon here.
For you.
Oh my!
Spike down. Attacker spawn. Last player standing.
I hate this game. I hate it. I hate it entirely. Oh, completely. I hate this game so much.
Everyone
Yay.
makes fun of German efficiency. Haha. Just keep
Ah.
you use all my gear.
Save.
You save? We're saving? Okay. I don't think that penguin wants to. I think they're forcing.
Yeah, force.
Okay. I prefer Call of Duty. I cannot. She's a sinker. Trying to play a Momo. I was actually wondering if I wanted to play.
When are you doing the league stream?
Do you want to do it later?
With me?
Do you want to?
I'll play. I'm pretty bad, but sure.
Here.
Okay, one also.
Here.
Oh, I fucked up the wall. I so fucked up the wall. Horrible bad. Horrible wall. Oh! 88.
Last player standing.
It's a horrible. It was a horrible. And it's so laggy. Oh well. Once we finish this one, we'll see. What time is it, by the way? Or maybe not. I think that after this game, I'm out. Okay.
Let's save.
Oh, we're saving again?
No, we didn't save last
Oh,
time.
we
Forced.
pushed. True. So confused.
Get together.
It only gets like at the end of round? Okay, that's good.
Nice.
Gun here.
Here.
Blocking sight.
Smoke's down.
We're easy. Ah!
Reloading.
I'm stuck.
Reloading.
I'm gonna be a pocket safe. You blinded?
I'm getting bullied by Fade.
Placing swamp grenade.
Do you wanna rotate maybe? Oh, can someone go to Cade?
Not me shifting and the kids are just stomping.
Yep. There we go.
Let's run A maybe.
Reloading.
Me and my small knife.
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted A.
Already window.
All right.
Can you plant in the corner there?
Yeah.
Nice. Pushing from.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Woo!
Wait, I'm getting the vandal. Oh, nice. That wall is terrible. Oops. Are you debugging?
Yes.
Know that I am by your
Yes. Finally, I did something useful. I had to. I had to. It's not me. It is said in the book of Valorant. Like, if you've been sucking the entire game, then you actually do something. You can. You have to.
Sure.
Jam, can I see your? Okay. I wanted to steal the skinny. Just give it to me. The big book of Valorant.
Thank you.
I got you.
For you.
Thank you.
Reloading.
Flank.
Careful there.
Spike down B.
Kyoji, one behind you. Oh, Kyoji is so bad.
One less.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice try.
Nice try.
If Jake Ness voted winner, they are gonna lose for sure.
What must be done?
Jake, why did you do this to us?
Reloading.
Wait, Zeko? Ah, Jake, yeah, Jake, no.
Reloading.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Do you wanna go from the other side, maybe?
Yeah, we could try.
Oh, fuck, I'm with the shittiest player.
I'm here.
Oh, then I'm with the
Coming
best.
very, very slowly.
Yeah, no worries, you go for it.
Placing swarm grenade.
Don't wanna make noise.
Swarm grenade out.
And she still died.
Nice.
I'm gonna be nice, come
Let me
back.
smoke.
Launching smoke.
Healing you.
Can you plant in the corner?
Same corner?
Have my ulti? Yeah.
Okay. Grim has ulti.
Light planted.
Oh, Grim doesn't have
main,
ulti.
A main.
Remaining.
Sentry.
Oh! 105. Pew, pew,
Placing
pew.
swarm grenade.
I am okay.
Swarm grenade out.
Kyoji is ulti. If you are alone.
Nice.
Take Vanda.
Message. This Scheiße hurts.
Take Vanda. Oh, goodness.
No more doubts. We're ready.
Please, enemy team die.
Reloading.
If you're not okay, no worries, no worries. We're gonna take care of ourselves. Thank you, JJ, for being here. Why does it lag only when we're here?
Reloading.
Decided to get the game.
Do you see my kills? I'm not even close to catching.
You got this. Okay.
Smoke's down. Open up the sky.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Face your
Ooh! Oh, I don't want to face my fear. I don't want to face them. I am so not wanting to face. Ah, they're everywhere.
Standing. Spike down B.
I don't want to face my fears.
We should try going from the back again, I think.
We
I'll
should
go
force
from the
them.
back. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to buy a stinger.
Let's go.
Because I have to buy smokes.
I'm gonna try to pocket sage and stop being like. Ay. Eat my legs. Eat my legs.
Pocket says the chamber.
A chamber, yeah.
Oh, he's on the other side now.
Yeah, and then Jet.
Stim beacon here.
Bridge is always here.
Launching smoke.
Eller er det rampot?
Bra.
Nice. Ulti.
I'm going away, I'm going away. I'm coming to your chamber.
We
Here. For you.
Thirty seconds left.
That's 3.
Barrier created.
Please.
Enemy A.
No,
Oh, no.
I'm leaving.
The chamber is not concussed.
Oh, I planted in a bad place.
So it's alright.
One enemy remaining.
Ace?
No.
Enemy A.
Get the ace.
Nice.
Good one.
Fantastic.
No, the weapon. No. Oh.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover
Okay,
angles
Champ, I'm pocket saging you this round. Yeah, he's really good. Please, Chamber. Please.
Chamber is...
Please.
May or may not be smurfing. Not sure.
Can I have a weapon, please?
You know what to do.
Thank you.
I'm not... Yeah, sure, bro.
for you. Reloading.
Let me take your ulti.
Enemy spotted B.
Breach on side.
Blocking sight.
Reloading.
Flank.
Wall raised.
Oh, flank.
Smoke's down.
One enemy remaining.
I have them.
I'm so stressed. That dumb
He
smoke.
doesn't care.
Not part of my
What? He doesn't care.
The tamer, he's just going. He's so
Yeah.
confident.
It's
You know, from the front.
proof that it's not silver.
Oh my god.
He's definitely like playing. Oh no, they are playing. The two of them are playing. With I think with Killjoy. Is this coming?
Reloading.
Bonne chance, mes amis.
Yeah, all right.
Hi!
Stim beacon down.
Get wrecked.
Healing you.
Launching smoke.
Oh,
I am so stunned.
Reloading.
oh, no! I'm gonna revive you. Oh, never mind.
Enemy spotted B.
Can you rotate so I revive Chamber?
Barrier created.
One enemy remaining.
That was unpleasant.
You can plant.
Yeah, he is back there. I so want to have like meatballs with tomato sauce.
What?
Like eating. I don't know. Don't you ever have it cravings? Like an old pregnant lady?
All the time. I want a ziti.
Is it trying now, right? Alright. Alright.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
We're doing so good. Now we understood who is the one that is scaring. Can I have?
Yeah.
Also.
Reloading.
Thank you.
Gun here.
Gun here.
Plus he has all of the weapons. But I mean, the fact that he has all the weapons skin, it doesn't. It like makes me think that maybe it's not a Smurf, you know.
Safety's off.
Yeah. I mean, some people buy skins for their Smurfs.
Don't.
Reloading. Face your fear!
No, I don't want to
Rotating.
face them. No!
No, the car is dead.
I'm rotating from underground, going A from the other side.
I'm scared.
We can fake the rotation.
Barrier created. Healer down. Watch this. Enemy spotted B.
They
Healing.
heal Jet.
Right left. Healing.
I'm playing tower.
Last
Oh!
player standing.
How did I whip that? One is window.
One enemy remaining.
Wow. Maybe we have it? Yeah.
Oh,
Good job, buddy.
Clutch.
Nice. I like Ashkelon. I think that like Ashkelon that is saying like unlucky.
Match
Good job,
point.
NT.
This has gone on long enough, I think.
Oh no.
Q2 a request. I can buy you.
Thank you. Very nice of you.
Q2 a request. I can buy you.
You don't care about the
Please.
funds?
Watch and learn.
Oh, just
Maybe
drop
she
it on the
likes-
floor. Oh no.
Stim beacon here.
Reloading. Launching smoke. Reloading.
Wanna rotate?
Oh, there's a smoke.
Let's go. Do you wanna go? Let's go B. Chum.
Oh, my outside. My aim is so bad.
We got this, Chumby.
Here.
Yeah. That's
Here.
Sage window.
Careful there.
Oh no. A bridge is close to you.
Can you re-rotate? No? Okay.
Reloading.
Placing sentry.
30 seconds left.
Unavoidable.
You have ult, KJ.
One enemy remaining.
Light planted.
Generator.
What is generator? Oh,
Nice.
good job,
GG.
Chamber.
Oh my god, the carry was so...
Oh my god, are we kidding? We got
The
carried
carry.
so much.
We got
got
carried
carried.
so... I've never been carried more in my life.
They go. Oh my god, it lags so much. Oh. Let it assess, chat.
He got 40 kills.
Oh my god. I'm missing 20, Ari. It's super laggy.
Oh, I'm missing.
Wait, let me
I
close.
still have a lot.
Let me close
34.
there. Okay, I close Valorant now. It should be better. Oh my god, I'm missing 20. 20. Are you still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, we did so good. We did so good.
We've been winning. Wow.
Yeah, I don't.
Shocking.
Yeah, for real. Oh, okay. Oh, Jafar was blocked for a message that he sent on Discord. Jafar was blocked for a message that he sent on Discord.
Oh.
Yep. Anyway, chat, can I have claps for Arya that carried also today?
I didn't carry, but sure.
I think that I'm done for today. For
yeah, understandable.
I need my brain to like stop frying so much.
Yeah.
Did you have fun?
Yeah, that was nice.
Nice.
I always have fun when we play.
Okay. Oh wait, let me send you to. I'm sending you to Joseki. That is bye Ari. Thank you for the games.
Bye. See you.
Bye you. Say bye. Say
chat.
bye to chat. Good.
Bye chat.
Peeps, I'm gonna go sleep, I think. No, I'm not gonna go sleep, but I'm gonna go chill. Pay the bets. I will pay the bets. Wait, let me pay the bets before you start crying. We won so much, right? I'm giving you the points. Yes. Where is it? Choose win. Okay. By the way, we are so freaking close. We are 19 away to the ice skating. We're 19 away from the skating. You got so many points. Oh my god, some people got so many points. Jake, 20,000 go to you, Jake. Thank you for believing in us. Holy fuck. Anyway, people, I'll see you all tomorrow at 12. I think I started a little bit earlier. So like 11:30, but then the mods are gonna join in like 12:30 whenever they're ready. I'll see you all tomorrow for the cooking off with the mods. That's gonna be fun. That is gonna be very fun. I'm very excited. Remember to follow on Instagram so you know when I'm going live better. And also, if you have time, I'd love your support on YouTube. I'd love it so much. And they're good for you. Those videos are good for you, I promise. Be good, everyone, alright? Be good. Take care. Bye, people. Bye. Bye. Bye.